disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were taking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
3 of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or any student because of the action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and assert that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will post school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere, you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, then road, big road, all kinds of stuff in the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this edition of the closing argument. We are not closing the argument yet, but you are going to have a chance to do your own closing. We are going to be doing something a little different. Lately, we have been talking about shows. We've been talking about events. We've been talking about personalities. We've been talking about where we are as a nation and as a people. So it would behoove us as historians and politicians to see who we are. How do we get here? Who brought us here? Who are those that are responsible for where we are? We talked about families. We're talking about reconciliation. We are talking about counseling. And one of the key roles in counseling is to talk, to have a dialogue, to talk our troubles through. So today we are going to begin the process on our own. You have heard families, you have heard political parties, you have heard from stakeholders, but we have not heard from you, the Liberian people. So today we are going to begin a special segment called Where Are They Now? I'm leaving. We are going to call this segment Where Are They Now? And we are going to be asking you, the audience, to participate. This is for you. It is our job to talk. So we talk every day, but we do not hear from. We are going to open the line. We want to hear from you. So today we begin our new segment called Where Are They Now? We are going to be doing it in segment, maybe once a week. Every midweek, we're going to do this. Today, we are going to be profiling some of the great men and women that have brought us to where we are. We are going to be talking about the headline, the overall action topic here is Where Are They Now? The journey of this Liberia, the new republic that we are in. We are going to be discussing the civil war of Liberia and its leaders. You remember we've been talking about the 1980 coup, the April 12, April 22 execution. We talk about April 14, 1979 rice riot. Now let's pivot to this new dispensation of Liberian civil war and their leaders. Who are the major actors in the Liberian civil strife? And we're going to name them. And you also have the opportunity to add some names on the list. On the list. From war to politics, those who were able to pivot from the killing fields to the capital. Who are those leaders? From war to politics, redemption or reinvention. We're going to be talking about accountability and justice. Where are the war crime court and were war crimes addressed? Peace and reconciliation and the nation building. What lessons did we learn? And finally, we say the next generation, what can Liberians do differently from what our predecessors have done? Where are they now? Let me welcome Joanne Tarlu, watching from Monrovia. I don't know where in Monrovia, but she's watching in from Monrovia. Thank you very much for tuning in. Good evening to the closing argument team, family, and all. Joseph Walekende, thank you very much for tuning in. I don't know where you're tuning in from, but it's always a good thing to see you on here. Boema Obento Keadi, please share, please share, please share, please share, please share. Obviously, we are going to be sharing. You need to share this because we are going to be talking about the leaders, men and women that brought the civil war. Where are they now? What part did they play? What did you remember? What did your parents tell you about these men and women? We're going to discuss. We have been discussing April 14, April 12, April 22nd. the execution of the 13 men on the pole. We discussed that. We even have a movie that addressed some of the issues. So today, without further ado, we want to talk about those men and women that were actually participants, that brought the Civil War, that led us to where we are. So where are they now and who are they? And what part did they play in our civil strife? It is your turn to talk to us. We've been talking and we will continue to talk. Jerry U.T. Taway, watching from Washington, D.C., welcome to the show. We look forward to hearing from most of you on these topics. What did you know? How did these men and women affect your daily life, your family? What part did they play? Are we making up these stories? Are some of these stories myth? Or are they urban legends? David just want to be me body. Good evening, Mr. Gayman. Welcome. You didn't tell me where you're tuning in from, David. Thank you for tuning in. Share the show is going to be fiery. It's going to be sobering. It's going to be historic. So let's look at some of the men and women that we are profiling on our initial day. We are going to be profiling the late Honorable Thomas Yukontri Woewiyu, co-founder and former defense minister, spokesman, MPFL. We are going to be talking about the Honorable Joe Wally, military figure, advisor, and negotiator for lords and other parts of the Liberian rebel sections. We are going to be profiling General Roosevelt Johnson, warlord who led Ulemu J faction First Civil War. We are going to be talking about Dr. Ava Claudia Sawyer, interim president of Liberia 1990 to 1994 during the First Civil War. We are going to be discussing Prince Yomi Johnson, leader INPFL, captured and executed the former President Samuel Kenyon Doe, became senator for the Republic of Liberia from the great state of or county of Nimba. Reverend Sammy J. Soba, watching from Painesville, Monrovia. Welcome, Sam. This is your show. We look forward to hearing from you. We are also going to be talking about the Honorable Harry Greaves, former managing director, LPRC, politician, and a founding member of the ACDL. And finally, we are going to be profiling the Honorable Daniel Chair, former Minister of National Defense under the leadership of President Charles Taylor. Well, Kenda is joining us from the great city of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jam Barrow, I know where she's tuning in from the great state of Minnesota. Prophetic James Conant. You didn't tell me where you're tuning from. He said prophet. I thought you were the prophet, the reincarnation of the prophet, but no, you are prophetic. So you got no connection with Prophet Key. You are just prophetic in your own right. Emmett Harmon, I'm calling from K-City. Welcome. You see, I love the folks when they tell us where they call it in from, where they're tuning in from. But today is going to be a great show. I can tell you the great topic that you have always been talking about. We are here to talk about it today. Where are they now is the series that we started today. I guess every Wednesday we're going to do a segment because the topic is so huge and too many personalities, so we're going to break them down into groups. Today we're going to be doing Honorable Thomas Woewiyu, Joe Wally, Prince Johnson, Emma Sawyer, Prince Wild Johnson. We're going to be doing Harris Greaves and Daniel Chair. We are talking about some great and heavy hitters here. Thomas Yukonti Woewiyu, co-founder and former defense minister, spokesperson, NPFL. Thomas Woewiyu, where are they now and their journey in Liberian politics? Those of you that have memories of these folks, that have worked with them, that understood them, that live under their auspices, we want to hear from you. We're going to open the line, and we want you to. We talk about healing. We are talking about reconciliation. This is it. Speak now or forever hold your peace. James Conant, it says CDC 2029. You see? Prophetic is not, he's not saying anything. He has to run campaign. We're not running campaign here. Where are they now? Do you live in a country or in a neighborhood or in a state where you think former rebels are hiding? Where they want to live incognito. They think you will not recognize them because you were too young. Like our producer here, I think he was born 2005 or 2004. That was way after the war. So when you talk to our young reporters on the ground, you say, what do you know about 1982, 83, 84, 85, 87, 88, and 89, December 24th? They will tell you, we read about it, we heard about it, but we had no clue what that meant. They are so far removed from the realities of the Civil War. So we have to refresh their mind that these are the men and women that got us to where we are. Whatever part they play, we are going to discuss. So where are they now? What is your recollection, your interaction with these men and women? What did your parent tell you about Thomas Woewiyu? What do you know about Joe Wally? My brother and friend, Ishmael Habib Rahim, I think he's tuning in. He's not telling me where he's tuning in, but I think he's either in Germany or somewhere else. Please let us know where you're tuning in from. He says, my brother and good friend, I am very interested in this topic because I was excited with most of the personalities you talk about. Absolutely, boss. Man, let me know, Rahim, where you tuning in. Are you still in Germany or are you in Belgium? Let us know where you tuning in from. I know you're in Europe somewhere. The objective of this platform is to educate and to inform our folks. We are saying we will never allow you to forget the history of our country. And so Rahim is in the beautiful country, Luxembourg. You see, the country boy from Liberia, my Basel brother, he was born I think he was born in Basel somewhere. He now living in Luxembourg. Can you imagine Basel man walking, or Fatih man, Mandingo man, Gola man, Fa man, walking around in a place called Luxembourg? And then at some point we're going to talk, as difficult as it is to say whether there was an upside or downside to this war, we will look at the upside to what were some of the unintended benefits of the war. I know some of you are going to say, if you have a Basel man walking around in Luxembourg, he would have never made it to Luxembourg if the war didn't happen. as unfortunate as that situation was, some good things came out of that. We will talk about that too. So think about it. That's maybe a couple of days or weeks to come. We're going to talk about the upside. What were some of the benefits of the war? Unfortunately, it was unintended. And Mr. Rahim has a lot to offer because he was a police officer at the time in Liberia. You see, now he says he's a pure vibe man. So, Grand Cape Ban County, you are trending. You are trending. You know, my homeboy, Rahim, I grew up in Cape Ban too, Mana River in particular. So, yes, we are going to be talking about the Civil War, the personality, the actors. You know, when we were growing up, we used to watch the Indian movie, the karate movie, and all that. We always used to have the mean bad man. So we are going to be looking at the main actors on the stage of the civil strife. Obviously, we're going to update you on current event in Liberia, but we want to talk about how do we get here. We have been talking about these sorry stories, tragic stories, disgusting stories, grotesques. As ugly as they are, we have to discuss them and discuss those who were the main actors or actresses on the stage. To many of you, this will bring back a lot of bad memories because some of these folks were terrible people. And the question is, how do we allow these people to pivot? Some of them, how do we allow them to pivot from being splitting women's stomach to take out a baby, to a rapist, to murderers, to beheaded? How do we allow them to pivot? Now they are in the Senate. They are in the House. They are directors of corporations. They are lawmakers. They are bankers. They are finance ministers. They are LFA folks. They are in the military. They are in the police force. They have infested every segment of our society. How do we allow them to pivot? Today is your day. We have been talking. We are the talking heads, as you always say. And you think the story has always been one-sided. But today we are going to open the line and hear from you. We're talking less and listen to you more. No hold barred. That means we are not going to cut you off. We know we'll give you maybe 2-3 minutes. We're not going to cut you off until your 3-minute lapses. But where are they now? These are the major players. Let me go over them one more. Thomas Juganti Woewiyu, co-founder and former defense minister, spokesperson, and PFL. Honorable Joe Wally, military figure advisor and negotiator for Laura Rebels. We want to profile Roosevelt Johnson, warlord, who led Ulemo J, the faction in the First War. We'll talk about Dr. Amos Claudia Sawyer, interim president of Liberia, 1990-1994, during the First War. What was his participation in the organization and the formation of the group that sponsored the war? We are going to be talking about Prince Yomi Johnson, leader of the INPFL, who captured and executed President Samuel Kehleboe. He became senator for the great county of Nimba. We are going to be talking about one of the smartest men that have ever known this basketball called the late Harry Greaves, former managing director, LPRC politician, and the brain behind the formation of the ACDL in Washington, D.C., in turn sponsoring the NPFL. And we are going to be talking about the defense minister, Daniel Chia, former minister of defense, national defense under the Charles Taylor government. The talking point is, or are, where are they now? The journey of Liberia Civil War leaders. From war to politics, is it redemption or reinvention? Accountability and justice, where war crimes addressed. Peace and reconciliation and nation building. What lesson have we learned? And then finally, we're going to be talking about the next generation. Why can't Liberia do differently? Let me welcome the Honorable Fanta Kamara, daughter of Grand Cape Mount County. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. How are you doing today? Hello, Mr. Nagbe.
Hey, Fanta, how are you? Jerome, how are you?
I am excited and like Barack Obama would say, ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to go. Yes, we can. Se puede. Yes, we can. So we can. If we can, we will. It may be today may not be a good day for everybody because we are going to go on a lot of people's skin. But we are going to give you the opportunity to tune in, to let us know where were you at a particular moment in time. If my sociological German is good, it's Ding and Zig, a moment in time. That's the German word for great time. So guys, the phone number is on the screen. Feel free to interrupt us after we have gone around. We're talking about around 6 o'clock, within the next 30 minutes or so. We want to hear from you, and just don't hear from me and those of us who are the talking heads. Honorable Nagbe, welcome to the show, and this is the topic.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we can ever exhaust the list, but
we're doing it in segment every Wednesday now. We're going to be doing this.
Right.
The list is so long, we got to do it.
Dr. George Bulley of the Liberia Peace Council, you know, I think we'll throw him in the mix.
He's on the next list. He's in the second batch.
Right. Francois Massacre of the Lofa Defense Force. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a good exercise. Again, like you're saying, this is not, you know, intended to re-traumatize, you know, because these are characters, you know, that are associated with very emotional memories, as I should say. So I think we should talk about them and how, you know, they factor into what is happening today. So I'm glad to be here with you and Fanta. I'm sure others will be joining us. Yes, Charles Taylor is probably the most prominent of them all, but yeah, there were a lot of other actors. You know, you mentioned Prince Johnson, you know, started with Charles Taylor and then he broke out. So a number of them started, and then the Splinter, Ulimo, you know, Splinter from Alhaji Kromah and Roosevelt Johnson, you know, Ulimo J and Ulimo K, you know, you know, some of the other, you know, groups actually were offshoots like the LURD, Liberian United for Identity, Reconciliation and Democracy, and Model. LURD, I believe, was of Segu Damate Kone. And I think Model was of Thomas Yaya Nimble, I believe. You know, all of these people, they impacted, you know, and they impacted the space, and some of them still continue to do so. Some of these people who are acting in the space here, they got their loot, some of them, from participating in these ventures. And you know, Yeke Kaluba is on the stage today, you know. one day you like him, the next day you don't want to hear his name because of the kind of character he is. So we'll talk about that. Hopefully, we'll talk about the peace and reconciliation, or the TROC rather, and some of the recommendations made and efforts being made by presidents since the war, Mrs. Johnson, Mr. Weah, and now Mr. Buck. I had to set up, the war and economic crime, court, and see how we can bring closure, to some of these stories if you ever will. So I'm happy to be here with you. I will have to get up briefly. I'll leave you and find out. My wife just indicated to me I got to run up, but I definitely will be back with you guys. But let's go ahead.
Yeah, I see she kind of interrupting your phone now. I know she holds the master key, so she. Fanta, we're gonna do a special segment for the women of the revolution. That's a special one. We are talking about permanent women that were into this. We want to leave them by themselves. And then we're going to do a segment. We're talking about the leaders now that rose to the top, the Charles Taylors of the world, the Ellen Johnsons of the world. We're going to those are, I don't want to say, but they have a special place. I don't want to say in hell or in heaven, but the people that they say you got a special place. Now, depending on what side of the aisle you say they got a special place in heaven. Some people say you got a special place in here. So that is where we are. We're gonna. But Fanta, before we get started, I just want to know, how did Liberia manage to allow these people to pivot?
That is the $1 million question, right? That becomes the $1 million question. Someone blatantly oppress you and yet you empower them. The pivot, I think, is one that should be studied for many, many years, and you could probably write a lot of research papers on, because I don't know, as they say in Liberia, like, was it technique? What was it? Externally influenced? Of course, we know that components of those exist. They were enabled. So this wasn't a completely internal or personal pivot. There was a lot of influence. A lot of people wanted to see certain people in certain places to do their bidding. And so when it came time, they enabled them. They made it a lot easier for those pivots to happen. And the marginalized and impoverished had no other choice but to pick from a box of devils, essentially. We talk about democracy and free and fair. We have not had a democracy in Liberia in I don't know how long. I don't think Liberia has ever had any type of sensible democracy. And the fact that we just continue to pretend that this borrowed system is organic to our political discourse, like our political orchestration, is just a facade. And we deeply need to wake up from that slumber. And you see, it carries on today, so much so that it's been ingrained in the people that, once again, everything foreign is good and everything native is to be denounced. I was very much taken aback by the vice president's statement or solution to how we solve the electricity problem in Liberia. I think this was an interview. This was from an interview he did a couple of days ago with ELBC. And when he got to the electricity component, I do agree with him, right? In order for Liberia to truly have a chance at true transformation, we do have to resolve our electricity gap. Of all the billions of dollars that we give away every year to foreign entities, you would think that when we go to that we will consider restructuring some of these agreements, we would really push forward for a fair, right? A fair equity in the resources that are under our ground. Instead, we don't do that. he mentioned that, we are in talks, or I had a conversation with the president, and the president agreed that we should talk to B Mounting and we should talk to ArcelorMittal so they can help us to build a dam. There's been some research done, and the research indicates that it's going to take $1 billion, or it's going to cost $1 billion to build reservoirs that can constantly support or consistently support the Mount Coffee Dam. Mind you, this Mount Coffee Dam that they got over $500 million for to construct. And there's been, since that time, that was what, like 2013, 2014, since that time, there's been hundreds of millions poured into the LEC to manage the Mount Coffee Dam and ensure sustainability. They have failed miserably time after time. And now to hear him say, we're literally more than a decade later, to hear him say we have to go to ArcelorMittal and we're having conversations with B Mounting, and B Mounting is doing some assessments on how they can expand the dam, how they can build reservoirs, and it's going to cost $1 billion. And B Mounting is good at this because in other countries they have done construction projects. And it's like, are you listening to yourself? His statements were minimally regrettable. Regrettable. The constant inertia to think that the solution, the resolutions for everything Liberia that is problematic lies on the outside, that we will make deals with the devil that are killing our people, poisoning our waters to stabilize our electricity. Oh, even if they don't pay taxes for many years, like that's okay. Because if they consider giving Liberia $300 million like in taxes or in equity or royalty every year, then that $300 million, we can waive it for like 3 years or however long it takes for them to build the reservoir that's going to cost $1 billion. Completely negating the fact that there are Liberians dead today because of B Mounting and because of the very legislative and because of the very executives. No, they don't think about any of that. And that's why this fight, some people have suggested, why can you work with the legislative? Why can you work with the House? They're all compromised. They're all in the pockets of the mining companies. They're all in the pockets of the concession companies. So how do we fix these problems that we have inherited from the very people who have influenced them and continue to influence them? My fight remains against B Mounting. I don't care if the president and the vice president are taking bribes from them. I'm taking B Mounting to task. And every sensible Liberian who considers themselves citizens, not just tribesmen or idiots, should join this fight and ensure that our people get justice for once.
Okay.
Please sign the petition once again. It is out there on change.org.
Thank you very much.
I know you want to welcome Sylvester, but because I got to jump off, if you don't mind.
Yes. Go and come back. Yes.
Yeah, Sylvester, welcome. But quickly, let me just agree with Panda.
Yep, thank you.
I think two things can be possible at the same time. Look, I give you an example. For years, people were killing their own children in their driveway because the automakers refused to put that little rear camera, which is like, some of them was $2.50 or less than $10. But they made it seem so impossible until they were taken on. And today, almost every car that comes off the lot now has that little technology. I think to insist that B Mounting do what they're supposed to do as in the MDA, and also do it in an environmentally sound manner, I don't think that's a difficult ask. Because I think some of the measures that they need to put in place relative to what they are getting out of these mountains, they'll be very infinitesimal. In my view, safely dispose of your dirt you're digging and all of that, so that you don't dispose of them upriver. You got to be mindful that people are downstream. I think all of these things are possible. They can happen at the same time. And you know, and I hope as we're having this conversation, because Tomalin always reminds us that they're listening. I hope they are. Then I don't want them to think we just come here and blow here, you know, just kind of blow on them because we ain't got work to do or we are against them. These are some of the things we're putting on the table actually intended for all of us to make sense of. So I hope they will take this. He can go back to B Mountain and insist that they do whatever they need to do and still do it environmentally sound methods. I think that's impossible. Well, Sylvester, welcome, and I will join you guys later. I gotta jump off. Thank you again for the topics. I'll see you soon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nagbe. But you're right about what you quickly before you welcome me.
Let me Pewee real quick. I see the Benjamin Franklin Bridge behind you. You're not jumping off that bridge, are you?
Look, when the Sixers have such a good game, I have other reasons to still want to live. So I'm not jumping on.
Thank you very much. We'll see you in a few. Yeah, go ahead, Pewee.
Yeah,
so whether you want to make a point, I can hang on for a minute before I leave. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say what you said about and it's right. Sometimes laws can push people. All the manufacturers, for instance, there was a law since 2018 for making it the kind of amended for all manufacturers to put a backup camera on their vehicle. There were other companies like Honda and others started doing that since 2016, if you will. But now there's no vehicle you're going to have coming from the factory.
You know, the blind spots too. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah, the blind spot and that of the back out and this that because that helped a lot in terms of public safety and all those things. You're right, you know, you're right. But thank you, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, well, Honorable Pewee, thank you very much for joining the show today. It's a very, very inflammatory topic. Where are they now? We are talking about the men and women that organized, funded, led the Civil War in different forms. Where are they now? So today we are profiling, so we're going to be doing it every Wednesday in segment because the list is so long. So today we are going to be beginning with Tom Woewiyu.
I know my papi on the list.
Joe Wiley, Prince Johnson, Amos Sawyer, we had Roosevelt Johnson, Amos Sawyer, Prince Yomi Johnson, Harry Greaves, and Daniel Chair. That's the first group. And then at some point, we're going to have all the women in the revolution because they have some powerful women and they play their part. So we're going to be talking about that. And we're going to open the line later on after we have discussed so the folks can come and we can hear from them. Welcome, Telvi, for joining the show. We look forward to seeing you. Eddie, joining from C-Zone, Weed District, Grand Bassa County. Thank you for tuning in, my friend. Ruben Kenneth, I'm following you from Gardnerville resident. Absolutely. Barkley Prince, I'm watching you from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Thanks for the information and the update. Thank you very much. Listen, man, this is awesome. Pewee, you are a child, a man, a son of history. Today, we are not going to leave any stone unturned. These are men that are very, very instrumental, very important to where we are, our journey. And your take on the topic.
Thank you. There was time before we profiled. I have profiled most of those individuals actually, and part of my undergraduate thesis at the time at the University of Liberia, my concentration was actually to look at the cause of the civil crisis, vis-a-vis trying to profile most of those behind the civil crisis and the reason why we were engulfed by that cataclysmic civil war, if you will. So, I mean, if we were to sit and go back to history, and I can nobody come on this platform and on a lot of other platforms to state that Mr. Tito was one of those that I admired actually as a leader of Liberia, but not as the head of the National Patriotic Front of Liberia. And there was a lot of time people get it mixed up, Mr. Gayman. I admire him actually as leader of Liberia, as president when he was elected in 1997. But nada. So it is very important that you brought out these kind of very critical points. very critical issues that we have to, and I like how you, as a communication person myself, someone I really love to spend some time to write, and how you, if you were to grade you of just the headline you just gave, is inflammatory, right? And I would actually grade you A, because if I were in the area to headline that, before I could start putting anything to it, out of sensational or inflammatory. These are the two catching things you would say, but actually it was indeed inflammatory, and the issue is that if you were to go back, other people are going to get remanded, and would be, some people maybe have nightmare tonight if they were to reflect on some of the past history about what unfolded. But it's very good, and I'm trying to make some effort. One of those that I normally sat with, we normally would sit as, he's a far big brother figure. I think he should be in his 60s now. But I'm trying to reconnect with him is Joe Wadis. Joe Wadis, remember, he was one of those revolutionary, but his last engagement, he been in almost all of the destabilization of Liberia. Now, no matter when I say he laughed, he was part of the 19 this, 19 that. The last thing he formed part of LER. He was with LER also. So I'm trying to see if we can get him on between now and next week. So he will give, good that you say every Wednesday. I will hope that next Wednesday we can try to engage with him, so he gets the other side of what unfolded actually. But again, it's a deep part of where Liberian can go and somebody reflect as to, so we should not allow the ugly past of the civil crisis to come back, right? We will debate, we will disagree to agree, and then we'll find some solution the way forward. But a lot of things unfolded in terms of the civil crisis. And what led to that, the deep part of history, as Joe Wadis told me, he said, my begin, nobody can call me. He said nothing. The only issue that led to the civil crisis, it was about marginalization, deep corruption, the deep sense of that. Now, and part of the reason why bulk of the folks, the major one that came in terms of the insurrection that came from across from Cote d'Ivoire through the Butuo border, you would think that bulk of the Myean said they were marginalized by the Samuel Doe Crown government. So they gave in. They gave in to Charles Taylor and his insurrection from across Cote d'Ivoire, and they knew that as springboards, the base of the revolution. And if you have to take stock of that, he told me 95% of those special forces that were trained in Libya and Burkina Faso were all from Nima County. 250 men, special forces commandos. 95% of them came from Nima. It was, if you were to move to SAC to call them, the vice president, Moses Blood, this, that, 95% of them, Frank Johnson and the rest of them. And then when they came, they went the way it went. Immediately, Frank Johnson had to break apart, and he formed the IMPFL. But you have to understand that. So the reason of the civil crisis is heavily on the basis of marginalization. And a lot of them is sprinkled and degenerated into what we call civil kind of a crisis again. Civil, not civil, but tribal conflict. They came from, you heard Mr. Nagbe talk about the Lofa Defense Force, right? If you heard about the Lofa Defense Force came about to protect Lofa County when Unimo K started indiscriminately killing Lofians. They had no option to form the Lofa Defense Force. The Guillaume said the Crown, the marginalized, the Guillaume man are allowed. During the Nima Ray, you far senior, you understand the rest of that. And then the rest of the other people came. The Bandigos joined Samuel Doe and other people joined other people because they said they were marginalized by the other group. The Nibayan and other people went after them. So the entire thing, LPC came from the Crown people trying to create LP. There's a deep sense of it. And I took some time to really catalog most of those reasons behind. It's a deep, deep, deep thing that we don't want to reflect and see back in the country. Terrible thing. If you were to see the history of what other thing, I mean, it will take some time, but yes, they call us. Yes. Some people will call and will get that side of things. But it was because of marginalization. And we hope. And that's one of the reasons why I think what the government is doing and what I'm from with McGill and the rest of the guys from the opposition to even support Bill Mountain, defending them. If the opposition cannot come and stand for particular, it shouldn't be tribal. If that part of the county, of the country is being, you have one company sucking the resources from the people and they cannot benefit, then those of us that are to be in the opposition or in government defending them, then we're reminding ourselves of trying to come back to marginalize those group of people. So it's a terrible thing on a serious note.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Tomalin George, you there?
Man, you're not spokesman for Lofa Defense.
So as soon as we go ahead, the light went up. Let me welcome Plum Mays. I'm following from Nima County. I like I'm reading, the comment section and where the people are coming from. Very important today. We're seeing people from Nima County, Eleanor David from Atlanta, Georgia, Jeremiah Colley, I'm watching from Mississippi Street, Greenville, Sino County. Edward Zebi, I'm watching from Zwedru City, Grand Jita County. This is very good. I am not liking.
Yeah, I'm going to say, please read Tevi's statement. She said she didn't like the water.
Yeah, she doesn't like it. I don't like all the topic of discussion. It's too traumatic, but that's the reason we want to discuss it. Anything you do, okay? Even the 13 men, you were here when their family was here. The reason they came on is we have to get it out of our system. We have to discuss it. We have to be able, for us to go past this, we have to confront this. It's traumatic. I know this, but that's why we are discussing it. On the closing argument, we discuss the topics that nobody wants to discuss because maybe they don't have the intellectual bandwidth to discuss them, but we do. Other places where people dare to go, we do, because we are capable. Sylvester Sandy Carter, I am following from the Carter's Avenue in Nimba Embassy in District 2, Magibi County. Excellent. Let me welcome the chief himself, Chief Tomalin. Just welcome back to the show.
But Tomalin, we ever had Basa Defense Force too?
You are muted, Chief.
You muted.
No, we ain't got no Basa Defense Force.
We don't play the game.
We are lovers, man. We don't fight.
Oh, okay. The Basa people are in the MPFL.
No,
they got you. Woewiyu.
The Lofians, the Grangidians,
the
Myeans,
the Bungies,
and that's the Loma people.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Madi people, the Kusa people, the
Gisi people,
the Mango people. They want war for the war, not us. In a Jewish manner. They want for the war. They don't want. They are all all of them. You see them there. They don't want, not us.
Yeah, the people were defending themselves, though.
Chief
Tomalin, they were being hunted and they were defending themselves. So let's Mr. Gayman, is really important to approach this topic. It's really important to approach this topic very responsibly, right? Like with the right lenses or through the right lenses. And as you see the narrative of the 13 men, the way is being driven. They're being painted as victims and had no part in the oppression of the people. They're entitled to their narrative. But I think we often make the mistake when we start discussing the broader picture. We want to ostracize. We often make the native the villains, like in the war, right? They were just fighting and just killing each other. And we have to really be very responsible in how we approach this topic, because there were people who had nothing to do with the 13 men, had nothing to do with the settlers, but were victimized, were hunted. And they, years later, before they were able to galvanize and form a group to defend themselves. So we have to put those things into perspective. It's really important. It's not just to have the conversation. It's not just to profile these people, but it's to really have the conversation through the right lenses, so we don't further victimize those groups and make them to be the villains.
Well, this is why we are here.
Gayman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me push back.
Okay.
We owe enough to know how the war started, the genesis of the war, and what happened.
So how did it start?
When
Gain chance to start to
land. Mr. Gayman, wait. Like, see, like, if we're gonna do this whole rule thing, everybody has to follow it.
Get a man a chance
when I'm talking, they can interrupt. But like, why is it when they're talking, I can't ask like follow-up questions?
Okay.
Okay.
After the coup, and the PRS was in office. When they decided to remove Kuyongpa from the barracks, saying to the Capitol building, he refused. They got rid of Kuyongpa, and he was from the Gyotra, the Emmanuel Gyotra. From there, they started, and then next thing, he moved out to marginalize the army. He started to bring most of the crown folks in the army and factionalize the army. And but then later on, the Crowns and the Mandingo they were together, and as a result of that, when the war broke up, the MPFL that came, they were targeting Crowns and Mandingos. So we're not targeting only Mandingos now; we're targeting the Crowns and the Mandingo were being targeted. How did the Crown and the Mandingo get together? Could you please educate us on that? They got together to united to get the fight to support each other, to fight against the Manon and the Manon and Gills. Yeah, and went on, and then because I remember the first person I saw, the first dev I saw.
Tomalin, can I say something quick before you continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Crown and the Mandingos basically joined the Crown in terms of this thing when Samuel Doe came out and said Mandingo people are citizens of this country. Yeah. Right, and that. From the Nigerian perspective, the Nigerians saw that as a means of aligning the Mandingo to the Crown, and they started to target the Mandingo people. And they saw that as a means of, hey, if you're targeting this man that recognized us, but we are even citizens, he did not even to recognize us, and that my own contention. But he said that, because that was a political statement he made to get some, so that he ingratiated himself with that of that particular tribal group. But the Nigerians saw that as a means of targeting them. So that brought enmity between the down Gio and Mano on one side, the Mandingo and Crown on the other side. That's the time you saw those MPFL guys, particularly the Gio and Mano, targeting Crown people, beheading them, and in some cases, Mandingo people. And that how the Civil War just went terrible. I saw that in Mr. Gayman with my naked eye as a small boy, particularly in Kakata, walking to Lofa. There's a place that have the guy took some family from race. Said, I don't like to talk about it. Teddy is right about this, but actually that's the reason why the war just went the way it went. It was a stupid kind of a civil crisis. For no reason, you target a certain group of people because you believe they align with certain people, and it was just stupid and crazy.
For me, my point is, I don't want for one tribe to say that they alone were targeted. That's my concern. They all were targeted. Yeah, so they all everybody, because and Myean, they all were targeted, they all committed atrocities. Nobody's
exactly because the Myean, the Gio Emmanuel felt that Doe killed the people alive.
And they committed atrocities. So but the people said that was not good. We condemn all of that. That nobody should have been killed because of the tribal lineage. That's not it. And also, I supported Samuel Doe when he said that Negroes are citizens of Liberia. It is true. It's in our history.
Sure, like that's quite. I find that to be quite interesting, and I'm also of the accord that the genesis of the Civil War, and not from 1990 or 1980. This was we were sitting on an active volcano the whole entire time, and whether we want to say that. Other groups were targeted as well. There could be some facts there, but there were certain groups because they stood out as sore thumbs, as we would say, like the Mandingos, and were easily targeted. I'm not like, look, and perhaps we need more historians who are better versed in all of this to have these conversations, because they're very, very, very not just inflammatory, they're very sensitive, and without the right context, it would just be each person giving their narrative. So perhaps, like Mr. Gayman, I don't know what the full objective of profiling these people were, but if we're truly going to have this conversation, we have to have it, I think, in a way that is not just responsible, but it is removed. And I don't know how we do that. The people have always been citizens of Liberia, and we see it even to this day, where they're constantly oh, that Mandingo man from Guinea, that Fula man from Guinea. It's like, guys, do you know who King Saboso was?
Yeah, but
right?
Fanta, we also have to be realistic because Mandingo being the largest segment in maybe the whole of West Africa, we have Mandingo, we have Guinean Mandingo, we have Malian Mandingo. It makes sense to ask, it's not all Mandingos that are Liberians. We know that. That's a fact.
You're right, but here is the distinction, and this is what nobody pay attention to. So let me give you guys like some education. There are accents, right? As you're from the South, you're from the East Coast, you have East Coast accent. As you said, when you're from Guinea, the Guineans, so the Mandingos in Liberia speak the Konyaka, right? The Mandingos in Guinea speak the Mandinka. The Mandingos in Senegal speaks the Jula. They're not the same. When you hear a Liberian Mandingo speaking, is very harmonious.
Yeah, but
it's very soft.
Yeah, but Fanta, it makes sense for me to ask because listen, we got Bassa people from Cameroon. We can't assume that all Bassa people. We have to ask what part of Liberia are you a Bassa Liberian or you're a Cameroonian Bassa?
That is a fair question, but you have to understand, right? You have to understand. There has to be a way for us to determine these people, how long have they been here? Or are they originally from here or not from here? There are ways to do that, right? We can simply look at who was here, say, in the 1700s, who was here in the 1600s, who were here in the 1800s, right? Mm-hmm. When we look at those years, we see figures like King Saboso Kamara. We can then make the determination that of the Kamaras today, perhaps there is, if let's just give it 20%, 30%, perhaps there is some type of connection to King Saboso Kamara, the first king of Liberia, or one of the kings of Liberia, as is celebrated today.
Yes.
Perhaps we can make that determination.
So how do we?
The mistake that we make. The mistake we make is not even considering that. We don't even consider that, right? It's like we don't even associate King Saboso Kamara with the Mandingos, and we pretend as if to say they just migrated in the 1900s or they migrated like in the 2000s, and it's unfair.
Well, let me ask a question. Was there Saboso Kamara?
Yeah, guys, listen. I want to make sure I bring us back to the topic here because we wanted to bring in personalities of the war, and we got to stick to that because this is a whole different topic that we're going to discuss. You know, somebody.
Yeah, but before we go back to that quickly, if I may.
1 minute. The gentleman from Luxembourg wants to call in because we said 6 o'clock. We will be taking call. So yes, if you have time and you want to chime in, please do. I know you're on the other side of the world. We know you're in Liberia. It's getting late. You got electrical problems. So if you want to call in, you can call in on either one of these numbers. That's +1 856-676-5136.
I know what I'm going to say. Sidiki say you wrong.
Yeah, I know. Or 772-940-2871. You can call in now and tune in. And then after we take our first call, we're going to profile the first individual on this.
Excuse me, you're expecting a guest? I see somebody. You're expecting a guest?
Somebody in?
I see one Francis Vanny. You expecting a guest?
No. Okay. Hello, your name and where you calling from?
You know the man?
I don't know the person.
Okay.
Good evening to my dear sister Fanta and Tomalin and Pewee. You saw the code I put in the chat?
No, go ahead.
No.
But anyway, you know, when you were talking about your admiration for Mr. Taylor, so I just kind of put a quote there. It was kind of almost like a jingle, whatever they used to play for him at the time he was leading, you know. But you know, this is a fascinating topic.
But yeah, I know you tell that board to be better.
Listen, get it mentioned. Go ahead.
I remember but listen, here's the thing. Fanta is striking a point. You're talking about the origin of all of the problems that kind of culminated into 1990. But if you try to narrow it down to the war itself under President Doe, and where the involvement of the Mandingos, from our perspective, it wasn't only the declaration that Samuel Doe made. Of course, something that I find it difficult to really put together up to today's date, where you find the tribe was already part of the 16 tribes that you got in the country. So it was just something that I find it difficult to comprehend. But if it comes to Nimba County, you guys are forgetting that the Mandingos, one way or the other, there was a brewing conflict in a particular part of the country, and that had to do with land disputes and people literally taking over the economy of Nimba, especially largely by the Mandingos in terms of trade and other things. So that was an issue that they had there, because the bulk of the Guild and Mana, they were not concentrated mainly in the quote-unquote metropolitan part of the county, or the business sector of the county. So they had those issues. But when it came to the Civil War itself, I'm sorry, this is a big topic that I don't want to take all of the time, but when it came to the Civil War itself, it became a situation wherein the Doe government was trying to consolidate power. And by consolidating power, they started to eliminate other tribes, especially prominent guys that played part in that role. Mind you, the importance of Thomas Kuwamba to that Doe's revolution was nothing that anybody could overemphasize. He was very casual to the point that he said he was instrumental, according to that. In fact, he designated Samuel Doe can take over because I think he was the master sergeant among them. So that's why he called his strongman Kuwamba. He had a role. And this guy, based on they wanted to make him Secretary General of the PRC. That's how much he wanted to promote him. He said he would not do that, how he walk away. And all of these guys then came to 1985, who went in a bulk of the miners and Guild were hunted in the military, and how they went into exile. So by coming back after Mr. Taylor and other people being so charismatic, capitalized on their desperation to return home and the make use of that. So that's just the historic part of it, how the whole thing kind of came down to Nimba County. Of course, the Myean involvement and subsequently the Mandingos. And I was people, when you talk about Kagada, I was there and I saw what happened. Especially with my name, people we were kind of literally haunted in that direction. But thank God that at least we had a capability to speak other dialects and other things, so we managed to survive it. But that's how they want to highlight those portions of it. And then lastly, you have the Mandingos in Guinea. You have the Koniaka, in that forest region, and you have the Manika, where people are saying where you go to Kanka area, all that kind of thing. He was part of that. So indeed, and then of course the Bodinga. The Bodinga are predominantly from the Kisetugu area coming towards Lufa County. That's how they settled in that region of Lufa. So the tribes are stayed there predominantly. Those three kind of Mandingos are there, and then they find themselves in that area too. And so I just want to point this out. But thanks for the time, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, but before Mr. Cunningham can go out, and that's the point I was trying to bring in. So even in Lofa County, we have the Pere. In Liberia, we have the Pere in Bon, Lofa, Mangibi, and Moserado. We also have Pere that come across from Guinea. That's the Guinea Pere. Mm-hmm. But we have sometimes similar Pere that is spoken along the border with Lofa. The same Pere you have into Guinea, we have the same. The Loma, for instance, we have the Bode Loma, we have the Gisima Loma, and the Bode Loma is spoken also in the Masanta area in Guinea, and we have the Bode Loma spoken in the Bonjama area. We have the Gisima Loma spoken in the Kwayama area in Guinea, and we have the Gisima Loma spoken in the Lofa Zozo district area. The Mandingo, the Koniaka, you found there in the Masanta Kwayama area. Along, you'll see some of them also in the forest, in the entire forest region, because you got like Guinea forest here, like whole Guinea. So that Guinea, so in the Kanka, that whole Guinea, as the Kankan terrain, you found the Kaniaka or so, but the Kaniaka, you found them in the. So listen, it's not all Mandingo actually, but we have Liberia Mandingo, And the Liberian Mandingo, you will see them. They will be across immediately from the Kwayama side. You see the same in Guinea, and you see them. These are people that's in the same with the Liberian Loma and Liberian Guinean Loma and all the rest of that. So listen, we are all intertwined, interrelated, Mr. Gayman. But the situation is sometimes, yes, Liberian people will stereotype. They don't do it. It's not only the Mandingo to do that against. They do it against the Pere, called Guinea Pere, Guinea Loma, and Guinea Kisi, and the rest of that. So we just have to find means to graduate from this station and move the country forward in terms of, because it's difficult to even stop them. During elections period, Mr. Gayman, that's why you find it again. People will come from across and come and rise up during elections. It's difficult for you to find them. When you do that, somebody come and say, okay, yeah, the man from here. The man speak to the Pere, Loma, or Mandingo. How do you stop them? I mean, it's that situation we just have to find means to navigate.
This is what I'm talking about. When it comes to our sovereignty, we have the right to find out whether you are a Liberian Guinea, Liberian Mandingo, Liberian Pele, Liberian Fula, Liberian. We have to, if not, somebody can just go to Sierra Leone and bring everybody and say, listen, these are all seven. They are, we got relatives here, like they're doing, which is not supposed to happen. I was shocked to have looked at something from Musa Ability and looked at, he showed me the stats, about close to 200,000 of our folks that came from across the border to vote from Guinea alone, that came across Lofa, Nimba, and Bong to vote. Not even counting the numbers that came from Sierra Leone. Mm-hmm. So when you're talking about sovereignty, okay, we have to find a way to do. But anyhow, let us not digress.
Wait, because this is really important, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, no. This will take us all day. Let's go to our topic.
This is a really important topic.
Somebody just told me that
we have to dig deeper.
They had a Basel civil resistance group in Buchanan, but they did not get into military. They had a Basel civil resistance group, but they did not get into actual military combat. So I'll just remind it.
Okay, great.
So I promise I won't take more than 1 minute, Mr. Gayman, please.
Yeah, please, because I don't want to. I want to go back to the topic. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we have to also understand that just how we migrate from one place to another. The Liberians on the border, those families on the border, have lived as one families with what we consider people across the border in Guinea or in Sierra Leone. Take the Vais, the Gola, and on the border of Sierra Leone. These are families. These are also Liberians who live in Sierra Leone, who go back and forth between Sierra Leone and Liberia. Same thing for the Guinea border. Look, we don't just have Mandingos who are from Guinea. We have the Manos, as Pewee just said, Pele, you have Loma, you have Kisi from the president tribe, you have Bandi, you have the Bele, or the Mende tribes. So these are people who were actually born in Liberia, like some were born in Guinea, but they have lived together for so long. You have Liberians living in Guinea.
We have to have sovereignty. Hold on 1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, Mr. Gayman.
Yes.
I'm calling from North Dakota.
North Dakota, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Teddy Tail Lion Yakon.
Go ahead.
Very interesting, topic. Well, as you guys talk about the Mandingos and about the Civil War, Liberia is just not a stereotype that they use on specific groups like the Mandingo, even the crew. But because they cannot really wrap their heads around the crew people, it's so tough for them. And a group of people who have agenda of when it comes to economics and to really govern themselves. The sectors that was in that came here, they stereotype those people in order to control. It's true that not every Mandingo is in Liberia are Liberian, but we know the Mandingos are people that have been around, they've been there for a long time too. Even my 74-year-old mother, she began to give me information what her father told her, that the Mandingo you see, even though we are Sapo people, we are Kru people, but our family related to the Mandingos. And there are other classical information I received from the Malian Empire that the Sapo people There's an old man called Old Sapi who migrated for the Malian Empire. And my family is a Sapi family. And he followed us are the people today called Sapo people. And my Uncle Joe, once when he was giving his testimony about the TRC, he mentioned about how there was a civil crisis that went on. So there were Mandingo people who migrated and went to the Sapo land or the Crown land, and the Sapo people welcomed them because they were escaping from some sort of a war, warfare was going on. People have been so much intertwined with each other. These are things, interesting topic. Like the Mandingo people will always stereotype them because there are people who have a agenda of high economic, control, and the settlers they don't really level these things, so they have to confuse people and they have to hold these stereotype people. To me, these are some of the reasons.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Stay tuned. Let's participate in the actual topic here, okay? Thank you. Okay, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm hearing. Vocational training, high school unemployment, no money. I understand that. I'm following. And this is very serious. It need to be discussed. Okay. I'm watching from Ganta City, Nima County. All right. Discrimination happens everywhere. Yeah, trucking, especially at the sector. Yes. Commies play a key role in it. I mean, we're just going down. This is very, very good. Now, let's go to the topic here today. We are talking about the major players and those who took part in bringing the country to where it is and their roles. So we need to discuss, we need to narrow this down to the major players. We have broken it down into different groups. So we are going to do segment today. Every Wednesday, we're going to do a segment. And then another Wednesday, we're going to do all the powerful women in the Civil War. See what part they play and how they came to play. So, Tomalin George, hopefully, Mr. Well, let me welcome Seleke. I know before he takes me to court and say, I can't sit on the show for a whole hour. You just don't like me because I'm from Riverside and you're from Bassa. No. Welcome, Chief. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman, and greetings to everybody on the show. Good to be here today on a beautiful Wednesday for my end. So looking forward to a great show. I don't know if I can chime in on the topic that I came on list. All of you were talking about. I think I did put a comment in the conversation, Mr. Gayman, and here is my disagreement with what you're saying. Right? We have 16 tribes in Liberia. 16 tribes. Why is it that in all of these 16 tribes that we have, majority of these tribes, they have people from this same tribe in Guinea. But people only single out Mandingo and say you get Mandingo in Guinea. You get Pele in Guinea, as Sylvester was saying. You get Mano in Guinea. You even get Crown from Africans. But not a single day, any of these tribes have been targeted whenever they are traveling. They call her name Paul Flomo, John Brown, Seleke Kromah. The Seleke may go through harsh scrutiny simply because of the Seleke Kromah name or Sekou Kane. Other than the Pele man or the Crown man or the Loma man in Liberia, up to today, it's happening. So why is it 16 tribes? Only one tribe you guys speak up and say they get a lot of someone from Guinea. So you not get Crown people from Africa, you not get Loma from Liberia, from Guinea.
So
you not get people from Guinea.
So you prove my point, and I agree with you. The question is not wrong for us to ask whether you are Liberian Mandingo. The point that you are stressing, which I think is legit, is if we are going to do it, we have to do it for every other person, because there are two people that usually stand out that I know about. The Guineans, they always ask, are you Liberian Mandingo? And the people from Sierra Leone, we always ask them, they're so people, right? We don't know who they are, but anytime you come from Sierra Leone, they want to know Sierra Leone because of the accent, right? They call them Fritan Bobo. So yes, you are right. If we have to do it, we have to say across the board, listen, these are people who got family across the river. And we have to make sure we're going to maintain our sovereignty, that these people do not just cross over because they say we are all one people, Bandi people coming. Kisi people coming, Loma people coming, we have to make sure that if you say you Kisi from around the border, are you Liberian Kisi? I agree with you. It shouldn't be limited to one person or one group, like you said, and you have a point there. So this is what we are talking about. If we are going to safeguard our sovereignty, we got to make sure that those people who are crossing over. When I saw almost 200,000 people register in the Guinea area to vote in our election, 200,000 people. What was the election? Pewee, tell me what was the number of the winning number? How many 100,000 can make you president of Liberia?
50 plus 1.
No. How many thousand overall?
But it's not thousand, a million.
No, but how many thousand, 100,000 did Joseph Waka get?
A percentage, Mr. Gayman.
I understand, but what was the percent? What was the number Joseph Waka? I think it was 800,000.
It should be in a million. It's 9,000.
No. Joseph Waka never had million. He had 800 something thousand.
Yeah, 50 point something. And
I understand, but what was the total number? I understand this. I said, what was the number?
You're trying to research it, but in the meantime, you research Mr. Gayman. You know, I tell you this, right? What Seleke just said is true, but meantime, what happened? That's why President Dopoh was compelled to come forward and say, look, this issue about discriminating the Mandingos from the other tribes in Liberia is wrong. And as president, I would today declare that Mandingos are citizens of Liberia. Now, take it to the Civil War. Look, to show you how what he's saying is true, when they had the first Council of State, it went for election. Mind you now, it was Ulimo or United or Ulimo, right? MPFL, I think, and AFL. It went for an election for the Council of State chairmanship. Now, Umapa was running for chairman, Philip was running for chairman, and Ulimo put forward Dr. El Mohammed Sharif. Now, it was clear that Ulimo Sharif would have become the chairman of the council. But guess what? What happened? Because the only vote he needed was the vote for his fellow Ulimo guy called Thomas Zia. Because imagine that for the same camp, all you need to do was vote for Sharif and he'll be chairman of the council. But when he went for election, because Sharif was Mandingo, the man voted against his fellow Ulimo guy, Sharif, and it cost Ulimo the election. The Hakam he voted for Pumakpo. Mama became chairman of the council. The Hakam Ulimo got mad and Kamara removed him from there and sent there's a tire there. But it just shows you that we're on the same side. For election. So as you want your vote will be but because of my tribe, you voted against me.
That's what we are talking.
The deep divide. You see what happened.
Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, what was the vote? I know the difference was about less than 20,000, but what was the total number that Joseph Waka had that he won the election?
You don't know.
It was 814,000.
Okay, 800.
I'll get to you soon. I want a phone, please. I'll get to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
800. Seleke and Tomalin. Just imagine, right? 814,000. 814,000.
Mm-hmm.
And 200,000 of people are registering. If we add another, it's a 75,000, we'll talk about almost 300,000 people. I'm not even counting how many people from the Ivory Coast, from the crew, and not the crew, the Crown people on the other side that voted to come. If you add that up, we're talking about close to 400,000 folks that are going across the border and actually having an impact on who becomes the leader of the country.
But that's inaccurate, though. I think that's the wrong way to look at it.
No. The reason I'm saying this is if we do not safeguard our borders, right, to determine who makes home leader, senator, representative. This is why we are having a problem now. And Yaka Kolba made it clear. She says, when our cousin George Weah, y'all went to bombing, y'all went everywhere and brought thousands of folks to make me win in District 10. So those that were actually people that were in District 10 that did not want Yaka Kolba's voice, they didn't count because Unity Party and other people brought so many people in from different counties and put him over the top. So whatever district number 10 people said means absolutely nothing because they didn't put him to power, right? So Unity Party is seeing this now. if Yeke Kolba joined district number 10 race, the CDC is going to do the same thing that they did. So Yeke Kolba doesn't have to do anything. All you have to sit there and say, listen, these other people against me, and these other people are going to bring enough people to make sure that he wins. So what I'm saying here is, I've been talking about, let's go to our topic here.
Mr. Gayman, 1 second, please.
I don't want us to read later because this is not today.
You can't just leave it at that.
This is not a topic. Let's get back on topic
Just,
here.
just 1 second, Mr. Gayman, please.
Right.
Just 1 second.
I'll use my time. Sure, no problem.
Yeah. This issue is not about safeguarding border. This is what I want to bring to your attention, right? And I'll give you a simple example quickly. Even Mandingos or Muslims who are elected into offices, whenever a legislature in the House or Senate, whatever it is, whenever they fought, they make a mistake, all of us will come on here, we attack them based on their pressing, not because of their jobs, not because of their religion. Just recently, the issue that sparked up in the Senate with Amara Kone. Do you know people started attacking Amara, talking about he's more loyal to Guinea than Liberia? He's a Guinean. In fact, Muslim people should not be allowed to be given elected position in Liberia and all these things. So it's not about safeguarding border, Mr. Gayman. We have to face the reality. It's not about safeguarding border.
No,
people just up to today, even though we are in 2026, some people still believe that Mandingos are not citizens of Liberia. This is what some of them think. And when they hold on to this, they want to fight. You know, when we get issue of people, we disorganize as a person.
Let me bring you. And this is the last time I want to talk about it. There was an election in Grand Bassa County between Yomli Kanga and few other folks, and the word came out Bassa Popo. That was a code for who is actually an original Bassa, your mom Bassa, your grandma Bassa. So even among us Bassa people, right, we are trying to see who is more Bassa than the other person. That's the political talk of it. Does it have any reality on whether the person is Bassa, my mom Bassa, my pa Bassa? Then you're going to say, now let's go back.
No, but it's not the same thing.
Wherever you go, there will be that. But let's go. Let us not go into that. The topic today is, where are they now and their journey to politics, and how do we pivot from the battlefield into lawmaking and becoming wealthy? So the first person on this list is somebody with whom I have an affinity, a blood relative of mine, Thomas Yugoti Woewiyu, co-founder and former defense minister, spokesperson for the NPFL. So, for those of you who are now, Seleke, were you born before the war? Excuse me 1 minute.
We can't just like pick up topics and just like leave it like that. I mean, these are very intricate, complex.
You very topic.
Yeah, like he doesn't want to talk about it. Like it cannot be. Like we can't. This is not simple. This is not linear.
Your name and where you calling from? This is you got to speak up. You're very low. Hold on. You're very low. Go ahead. Your name and where you calling from? Calling from the US. Okay, go ahead. Where part of the US? New York. Go ahead. New York. Go ahead, sir. Okay. I've been listening to the show, and I think many of us try to play a propagandist role in targeting the Mandingo community in Liberia. Basically, we all know the roles Mandingo play in our economics, and they have played major roles in a lot of sectors. But people target them because of the outfit of them. People target them because some of them, the way they speak. And basically, we all know that Mandingos are all part of West Africa, seen as other tribes in Liberia. But in a sense, I think the doctrine that have been taught by parents in home that Mandingos are not Liberians. And that is why most of us, we still have this, this weak narrative that Mandingos are not Liberian.
And this was some of the reasons why we have a civil conflict in Liberia. So if care is not taken, we are now learning. This could make us to repeat the same history, and which we are not calling for. So we are calling on all Liberians. Let's focus on issues that matters to Liberia and start targeting the Mandingos. If someone does something wrong, they should be addressed as they are. If Americana does something that is wrong, we should address him as a senator, not by a tribe. And I see us repeating history every time when we are discussing issues that matter to nations. We leave them and then we focus on individualism. And I think that is wrong. Thank you for affording me the time. And I'm following the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for tuning in. So guys, the topic today is where are they now? Liberians that brought the war, engineered the war, took part in the war. And the first person on this list is Thomas Woewiyu. Thomas Woewiyu is a family member, a founding member of the ACDL, a founding member of the MPFL, a gentleman that read me, okay, hold on 1 minute, guys, 1 minute. Your name, hello, your name and where you calling from?
I'm JPKP, I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm listening to you guys. Hey, Tomalin, what's up? First of all, hi on the panelists. Lost my phone, Tomalin.
I know, right?
Go ahead.
What's up? Okay. I've been listening, guys, and I don't normally participate in these things, like this, but it's so important to me. The first thing when it comes to the issue of those are in like Mandingos and other tribes in Guinea. I think the issue of Liberia we're discussing, people are not discussing it from. We are discussing it from maybe 1980 or maybe from the time we were Liberia. But discuss Liberia from the time it declared independence. The Republic of Liberia became a republic in 1847. When Liberia became a republic from 1847 to 1892, the square miles of Liberia was 110,000 square miles. Liberia border is officially in Masanta. Benjamin J.K. Anderson in 1888 surveyed and created the Liberia border there.
The debate issue.
That's a fact. There's a history. Liberia is in Masanta. Those people until 1892, they were under the Republic of Liberia until Francis in 1892, where the army and fought Liberia and took the land. Officially, that land is still Liberia. Those people know they are Liberians. So it's true what we have Mandingos who are not Liberians, some not, but there are some Mandingos who are Liberians. And Liberia have this stereotypic mind, like when Mr. Gayman, where you're saying, when they say Mandingos, that one that identify with Liberia, no. In Liberian context, from the Liberian social perspective, it all means that they are not Liberian, they were a stereotype. Let me think about that.
Thank you.
They are one identify. You know, the stereotype in the Mandingos. And I've said this over and over, I've written about this over and over, and people won't see, I think that Mandingos are Liberian, original Liberians. But thank God that the guy in Guinea brought the war today, because Liberians for the first time, this generation will get to know that, in fact, Liberia border is in Masanta. They call it Mandaway, that this guy, of course, says it's nothing. It's not Liberia.
Okay, we got somebody that's on the line. Thank you for your call. Your name and where you calling from?
How you doing?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Thomas William calling from Minnesota.
Good, 2 minutes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you to all the panelists on the show. Look, we have to establish few facts. We understand the sentiment the Muslim people or the Mandingo people share. We understand it. But let it be made clear that while it is true that we have Mandingo people in the entire Africa,
all Madingos in Liberia or Muslim people are not Liberian. So the reason why this become an argument is because the Madingo people or the Muslim people always protect any Muslim or any Madingo regardless of where you come from. It is clear, it's an open secret. We have a porous border, our borders are open. People cross over now from Guinea and come to Liberia, but automatically they become Liberian citizens. We understand it. So you can be protecting all the Muslim and all the Madingo people because you share similar religion or similar tribe. There are a lot of Madingo people all around the world. So if we Liberians, including our Madingos and Muslim Liberians, if we are identifying people who are not Liberian, other Muslim and Madingo people should be honest to say, even though the man is a Madingo man, or the woman is a Madingo woman, or she's a Muslim woman, or she's not Liberian, she's not a Liberian, or you're not a Liberian. But you can't keep protecting any Muslim or any Madingo because you feel that we have a trap in that proper Madingo. It should be made clear. There's the reason why the argument will continue to persist. Because if you have Muslim and Madingo people in Liberia who want to protect all the Muslim and all the Madingo people all over the world, regardless of where they come from, but they are residing in Liberia, to claim that they are Liberian, then the argument will continue. But let's be clear, we know people come from Guinea, people come from Mali, they cross over now because of our porous border, because of our...
What about the Gisi people and the Loma people too? Do you have the same energy towards them?
Because they say they are citizens of Liberia.
No, sir. The Gisi people are also from Guinea. The Loma people are also from Guinea. Do you have the same energy towards them?
They obtain passport, they go obtain citizenship, do you think
Mr. Gayman, I want to ask your caller a question, please.
1 minute. Let him. Yeah.
So I know people, let me be honest with you. I sent out to Liberia, I know Mandingo from Guinea, Muslim from Guinea, who live in Liberia, but they are carrying Liberia passport.
All the child, only Madingo won't know.
Because there's a weakness of our system.
Mr. Gayman, I think that is very important.
Okay, that's it. No, yeah, listen. Okay, so we have Gisi people, we got Va people, we got Mende people, we got Gisi people across both of the borders in Sierra Leone. So, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. It doesn't mean that when you Gisi from Guinea and you cross to Liberia, but automatically say that you are Liberian. That be very clear. And those
What want to call automatically?
Any Gisi people.
Thank you.
Man, Seleke, that man is not a king. The king I was speaking as not a king grandson.
Listen. What he say? Listen.
English man. The man,
I don't know what
Seleke.
The man meant to say. You got to say automatically.
Listen.
No, but automatically is not automatic.
Listen, we're not talking
about the East people, man.
Listen, we're not talking about the English here because most of us here we mix it up, or it might be something. The question here, he answered the question. He said whether you Va, you Mende, or you Gisi, it seems to apply to you.
But the man want to come. You want to come and show other people's citizenship away, but you know,
no. He and I on the same thing.
No, but who's saying like I just gave you a distinction that I said, yeah, but no, but
hold on 1 minute.
Here is where you guys confuse like the argument.
Yeah, hold on 1 minute. Yeah, go ahead. Wait, your name, where you calling from? Yeah. I'm Thomas William calling from Minnesota.
Go ahead.
I want to provide a clarity. Look, Seleke, you have to learn English. Now, that's one of the reasons why I'm saying you guys are not Liberian because you got facing problems.
No, we're not gonna do that, Mr. Gayman. Like we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna have like the common
listen, no, Fanta. Listen, you were laughing. You say it's not a word. He said it is.
No, but the caller has to be respectful.
Is that a war? Is that a war you want?
So listen.
Is that a war, Mr. Gayman?
Seleke, when you listen to him, go ahead. Good.
Listen to the content we are using. I said, automatically, they are not Liberian. Speaking English, Seleke, you know about you're in high school. The English I'm speaking is clear. I'm not making mistake. Don't make more out of yourself. I
You had to put any contest now, right?
Can I ask the man a question, Mr. Gayman, please?
What contest you put me in?
No, the man that put any contest. You want to count on him?
I would like to ask
Thank
the
you
caller
very
a
much.
question, please.
Thank you.
Thank
you. We got somebody else. We got somebody.
I would like to ask
somebody
the
else on the
caller a
line. Thank
question,
you very
please,
much.
Mr. Gayman.
Hold on. Guys, the line is very busy. Let me hold on 1 minute. We got a lot of people. Okay. Your name and where you calling from?
This is Abraham calling, man. Please.
They can't be attacking the panelists. The callers can't attack the panelists.
They can't do that.
Let's go.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Just give me 2 minutes here. We got. This is a civil discussion, and you don't want to come here and set as an angry person. The last caller, there are a lot of misinformation is given, and please, you guys as panelists, there should be a formal pushback to some of these things. First and foremost, even assuming a man or Mandingo man or Kisi man or whatever tribe came from any of the neighboring country, first thing, you have a law in that country. Every non-Negro descent are entitled to citizenship in our country. You don't even know whoever the person is defending in the community, regardless of their accent, you don't know their immigration status. Perhaps a man has come from Guinea or Mali or Sudan or wherever, and he has naturalized in our country. Those are things that people need to inquire about before start making these sweeping statements. Please, let us stop marketing ignorance every time on the show. I'm sorry for the harsh word, but I think this is a civil discussion. It behooves us as Liberians to make some inquiries on some, even our own laws that guide us. By the way, the first Mandingo man to be foreign minister in our country was Secretary Dopoh. He did that. And yesterday there was a serious pushback why they must make a Mandingo man Secretary of State. So the historicity of some of these things is a good topic, my brother. But let me just close on this.
Mr. Gayman, I would love to come in with what is
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it'll be prudent if we can have some of those community leaders in from those various communities to come and have a civil discussion and educate the minds of people. But let us stop marketing ignorance, please. All of us, I'm not excluded from it, but let's be curious equally to investigate our own law that entitled non-Negro descent from every part of the world that can be a citizen in Liberia.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to point out, my brother. Thank you.
Great.
Let's go quickly. And let me say this, and that's not the reason why when I came on to say this thing. I'm one person that we all want to say this. We cannot pull or divide. I've been one person. We've been having the discussion. I sat before with Kamara, one of those that encouraging us a contest for the Liberian presidency. It is important that we stop the discrimination. We have out of the 16 straps we have in Liberia. We have the Loma, we have the Pede, we have the Kisi, we have the Bandi, and then the Bandi or the Mende, we have the Mandingos. All we found them across in Guinea and across in Freetown, and also we have the Gio, the Bede, also in Cote d'Ivoire, right? So there's no basis. The rest of what there's no any justifiable reason why we want to push to draw that to it. And one thing the people were just saying just now, leave the issue about the former foreign minister. We have Mandingos that have taken most of the permanent position in Liberia now at the level of the Supreme Court branch. Justice Minister, Cabinet General was Justice Minister before. So, it is important if we can have someone, a Mandingo candidate, like a Bassa or Kisi candidate that can be a very good president for Liberia. I will be one of those that will be on the front line to campaign for that person. Like I can voice for people like Kamara and the rest of that. So, listen, I have personally lived among Mandingo people, and there's no Mandingo man or Mandingo person rather can gossip Pewee. Because I speak of almost 40-45% of Mandingo, right? So I took time to like it, love them, and we all Mandingo better like Loma to me anybody. So I would never push for any discrimination. My only small problem I can let on my man Seleke on is that Seleke will not just allow me to go around his sister free the other thing you start calling me name now. That's the only side of the debate, and that's how Seleke will not talk about that. That's the only thing, and they will not bring us out of the debate. If I were to go around Seleke's sister, They will call me Kafli. And I have serious problem with that lady and Maningo people. They will call me Kafli, and they can never go to that debate. And they know that's a difficult debate for them to take. I will go against anybody that will discriminate against Maningo people.
Okay, guys, let me welcome out. Listen, guys. Listen. I'm not going to allow.
That's the other side of it.
Listen, I'm not going to allow that. That's another topic for the other. Let me welcome our guest here. We got somebody new here. I don't know.
We got great people. They are good people.
Hold on, guys. I don't know who. I'm not seeing the name of this person. Sir, welcome to the show and introduce yourself.
I topic on a different topic.
No.
I'm Francis.
Listen,
Francis
Listen, guys. Listen. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Francis Ivani, the president and founder of For Life Zone Vocational School.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming on. I spoke to somebody yesterday, and they have asked, "Are you familiar with Gene Smith?"
Yes.
Okay. We spoke, and tomorrow you guys were supposed to come on so we can talk about VOTEC, because there's a gentleman in our segment here that is usually very high on vocational VOTEC. And we decided, I sent an invitation to those of you who are running vocational school to come on tomorrow, talk to us about vocational school and how is our way of opening the market, the economy for the young folks. So it is tomorrow, not today.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, guys, let's go back to our topic here.
I needed to come in before you go to your topic.
No, we're not. Please, with all respect, we're not going back to the other stuff, because that's not what this is all about. Because we spent the whole day.
Who even drafted like this topic?
I did.
Okay.
And that's why I want us to go. That's why I want us to go. The topic here is, where are we today, and where are they? Those that brought or participated in the war. And we lay out them in segments. We say we are going to do this in segments. We are doing 5 today. The 5 we're doing today will be Thomas Jukonti Woewiyu, Joe Wally, Roosevelt Johnson, Amos Sawyer, Prince Johnson, Harry Greaves, and Daniel Chair. These are the first men that I believe have played a pivotal role in the civil strife that brought us where we are. And how did Liberia pivot from the battlefield to the ballrooms, to the Senate, and to Capitol? How have we determined that the same folks who have had impact on the negativity of Liberia to now be the leaders of the country? So these are the men that we have profiled, and we want to know where are they and what role did they play. So if you are younger than 1990, and you had no impact, and you were too young, and your history is not up to speed, I think you should allow those who were around, who have been affected, who are well-read, to discuss the issue. This is why we are here today, and we're going to open the line for those who, we have sent invitation out to those who are still alive, but I would like to start with, if Tomalin George is here, let me start with Tomalin George. These are the men that were very instrumental in the war in Liberia. What do you know about these folks? Where are they now, and what impact did they have on you, and whether you have any affiliation with them? Let's start with Honorable Thomas Jukonti Woewiyu. What is your knowledge?
The people that did the flyer, they got the wrong pictures of Daniel.
Yeah, that's correct.
Sawyer and somebody else. They got a wrong picture of them. And Roosevelt Johnson, they got the wrong pictures there, I think. So
Roosevelt Johnson is right. They have Amos Sawyer and they have Daniel Chair picture wrong.
Picture wrong, and they're wrong. I don't know who did it. The people are complaining about it. The poor family complaining about it.
Okay, but let's start with Thomas Woewiyu. Your knowledge of Thomas
Woewiyu, as we all know, he was his name was Thomas Cooper.
No, he was Thomas Johnson.
What, Thomas Johnson? Okay, I heard Thomas Johnson. Okay, I read it too, so I can't argue.
No, yeah, he was read by the Smith, so actually they were talking to
And I think I heard he the one that used the blanket of the drum from the.
Allegedly, like a black widow there in our will.
Allegedly,
yeah, from Duco.
Your operation, all right, Beshi, and you escape.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
That's what we heard.
He surfaced in America. The next thing we heard in 1990, this voice that was on, he became the spokesperson for the National Patriotic Front of Liberia. And his voice was so powerful. He was very eloquent, and Robin White apparently used to enjoy this guy. Every time we comes on, we hear on the line to Washington, D.C., MPFL spokesperson Johanty Thomas Woewiyu. And he would talk, and he would be explaining about the war, how far they were going, and what they're going to do, how they wanted the arrest do and try do, and how they obliterated whatever his level of ECOMOG, all the things he said, and how he became famous on the BBC Focus on Africa. But as time went by, he and Taylor fell off, and they formed what they call the Heat, Lavali Supowu, and Samuel Doki. They formed their own group, and they and Taylor fell apart. But in Taylor government, he was the president. He became the president. I think during the transitional period, the labor minister. At one point in time, he became pro tem of the Senate. But he was in Pennsylvania, and then when he applied for, I think, his citizenship, immigration arrested him, and then he died during COVID. He died during the COVID time. But that's how I know about him. And who else again? You mute her. Who is the next person? You mute her, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, you want for us to go one at a time. You want?
Yeah. I know about Woewiyu, and Woewiyu was just this person who was a very loud talking and eloquent MPFL spokesperson.
So, okay, let me go to Pewee. Honorable Pewee, your knowledge, you were in Liberia at the time. Any knowledge about Tom Woewiyu, formerly AKA Thomas Smith?
Yes, Thomas Smith was an integral member of the NPFL, as Tomalin adequately stated. The spokesperson of the movement and other things. He served before as, if my memory can serve me right, as one of the time the NPRAG government as defense minister. Yeah. If I'm correct about that, in Bangabon County. And he played a very major role, and he came at a certain point in time also in the Charles Taylor administration. He served as Minister of Labor, if I'm also correct on that. But he was one of those that did play. He was a founding member of the NPFL, part of the few non-Myean that served as the special forces at the time that went to Libya and that of Burkina Faso, that were part of the recruitment and mobilization process. About they part of the formative stage of the movement. He and Madame Salif, they all went through across countries here in the U.S. Knew his network in the U.S. You should know better because you but direct relative probably you're along with him or doing some of those visitations. I wouldn't know, but you will speak for yourself on this one. But he traveled intensively across the United States and other part of Africa that he narrated. There was a time we sat in an area we would try to engage in as university students. Then he said to us, the revolution was about freeing you guys so the country can be free and move on. And he said this was not done by Taylor. There were a lot of people. You can remember the letter he even wrote about Madame Salif that got her very angry. She had to move to sue him. But they said that that he can be the president and the rest of that. So we have deep conversation about that. So his whole role in that, but he was a very thoughtful man, a smart man, a man that believed the quest for the liberation of the country was a necessary cost, according to what he said. And so Thomas Woewiyu was one of those Liberians that will be remembered for a tough way he represented the NPFL during the Banga days. The late Robin White stated one other time, because I followed Robin White very passionately, and I normally follow almost all of the interview from the time I started following BBC Focus on Africa, I will wait for 3 and 5 p.m. to just listen to Robin Webb. When he's on that interview, you think somebody want to cry. That voice, that very thick English British voice. He said before when he was about to retire, they asked him how many president or leader across Africa do you really respect? And he said, and he went on. He said he didn't want to say it because many people wouldn't like that. He said number one would be Charles Taylor, very smart man, extraordinarily smart. And then the next person, he believed that, and he said people that associated with Taylor were smart. And he mentioned Thomas Deconti Woewiyu. He said these were very good communicators that defended rebel groups at the time. So yes, he will be remembered for that. But he came back and served, but eventually he left the country when things didn't work well for he and Taylor. He started having some issue with the late pro-temperature Kehleboe Gongloe, and then they didn't go well. It seemed at the time Kehleboe Gongloe was in a very powerful relationship with Mr. Taylor. Then Mr. Woewiyu left the country. Apparently, he said Taylor wanted him dead, so he eventually left the country. But Taylor dismissed his claim that he was a traitor and the rest of that, and he came back here in the United States, and then eventually we learned that unfortunately he passed. But yes, he will be remembered for part of those individuals that came in and said they came for the liberation cause of the country. So some of the things I do know of him, and he was a family person also. He had that I know of. One of his sons used to be attending the Rock International School in Painesville that I personally met and interacted with. We normally had some social gathering when we started the acquaintance with Dale. So yeah, I got to know a little of him from the family perspective, that he was a family man also.
Excellent. Thomas Jokoti Woewiyu. Honorable Nagbe, your take, understanding of Tom J. Woewiyu.
Yeah, I mean, most of what you guys are saying, Sylvester and the others, I think Thomas came from a very rich advocacy background. I think Sylvester mentioned you did too. He was very active in Yola. I believe he was.
Was he a progressive?
Tom Woewiyu, yes, he was. Tom Woewiyu, in fact, I almost thought he was a member of Progressive Alliance of Liberia. He was very closely associated with UPP. But yeah, he started his advocacy from Yola. I think he was one time president of Yola. And then, of course, he found his way to the NPFL, as you all mentioned. He became the spokesperson of the NPFL. A very, very outspoken young man. He really had his way with the English. He did well for the NPFL in the early days. But then he and Taylor, they started, parting ways. We know he was also a founding member, I think co-founder of the Association for Constitutional Democracy in Liberia, trying to agitate against Dopoh. So his progressive pedigree, I think, is not debatable. Of course, we all know later on Samuel Doki, and I think Francois Maseko and the rest of them, they fell with, Francis Galawolo, the rest of them, if I'm not mistaken. They fell with the NPFL of Charles Taylor, and and then Thomas, ever since then, he was in the wilderness, but always very active. He was in the Philadelphia area, you're right. But coming back to his progressive, he was very outspoken. I think he really, really did a lot of good for the NPFL, if I should say it that way. In the early days, Sylvester talked about listening to Robin White and other such people. And that was Thomas Woewiyu. There was also Randall Cooper. There were a couple of guys who were making the case for the NPFL, and also let's not forget the popularity that NPFL enjoyed was due largely to the repressive governance of the LPR of the PRC government, which later on transformed into the NDPL. And so it was easy for almost anybody who, had their wits about them. And not to say those who supported NDPL didn't have their wits about them, but it was very easy to embrace an alternative to the NDPL. President Doe was vicious, very, very, very repressive. So yes, Thomas Woewiyu, that's what I remember of him. He started advocacy, here in the States. And I remember again coming back to Yola, even before the NPFL, Yola was almost the opposition voice for most Liberians in country. Whenever Yola spoke, we all were glued to the radio. We remember the days of, I think Charles Taylor himself was associated with Yola. Yaso Wedoli, the rest of those guys, And so Tom, he belonged in the progressive column. Of course, he's associated with the NPFL. And then when the excesses began to happen, we understand he and Taylor began to part ways. I think he protested over some of the excesses that were being committed by the NPFL. And eventually there was a public falling. I think they were even they had to flee, because I remember I met him on the Ekamo base. He and Supu. That's Supu I met Nangala was Supu when Francois massacred. Taylor was actually actively looking.
You mean Lavala?
Lavla Supu, yeah.
Lavla Supu.
Yes, the lawyer, and So to answer your question directly, yes, I would consider Thomas Jukonte Woewiyu as coming from cut from the progressive cloth. His advocacy, I think he believed deep down in the causes that he fought for. Unfortunately, as it's the case with many of us Liberians, I think he got frustrated increasingly because very too often the people he supported, I think they soon deviated from the stated objective. And we all know his public falling out with Mrs. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in the famous letter that he wrote detailing, Ellen's activities. We all know how much Ellen is cited in helping to fund and found the NPFL. She was supposedly to be the one who was being brought back after her public falling out with President Doe. And so, and then, all of these started happening, and it became difficult to understand how the NPFL could not control, because this is supposed to be a lethal fighting force. The army is noted for its discipline, but then we started hearing all of these things happening. And so Tom, slowly started parting ways with the NPFL. And then he came in, I think he ran for office, if I'm not mistaken, Jerome, for Basso. No?
Yeah, he was pro tem at one point.
You mean Liberia? Yeah, he was president pro tem at the Liberian Senate under Charles Taylor.
Yes.
The two senators from Grand Bassa County successfully became Senate pro tem.
Luis Mano.
Also about the love to be an audience.
Bronskin was officially the original senator from Grand Bassa. He also went on to become Senate pro tem.
Yes, and remember
Bronskin also.
Grace Mano as well. That's true. And remember Bronskin and his status of forces for ECOMOC.
That's correct.
Yeah. But coming back quickly, before I pass it on, this whole Medingo thing, I think, listening to some of the comments. First of all, let me appreciate Sylvester Pewee when I got up earlier. I absolutely agree with him that most of this agitation that has been happening in Liberia has been largely because of marginalization. I think that's the word he used. And I absolutely agree with that. The denial of access. I've said it here over and time and again. The marginalization of the majority of the people, completely locking us out of our resources, as it has been done now today. Absolutely. can you imagine 103 people getting $51 million? You know, nonsense. But I have to appreciate him. I think he hit it on the nail. I don't care who it is, whether natives or Congo or so-called. When you are marginalizing our people, then I think a number of us will stand up against you. So that has been the genesis, of all of the struggles in Liberia, and it still is today. Now, with the Mandingo people, I really do believe, my brother from Minnesota, I don't know him, the assertion he was making, on 1 minute, he said Mandingo people are not Liberian, but he said our Liberian, Mandingo Liberian. So I don't understand the argument. First of all, not all Muslims are Mandingo, and not all Mandingos are Muslim. I think that's something we need to separate. The Mandingo people they're Liberians. The one thing I will say, and Sylvester touched on it on the lighter note, Musa Ability made this comment in Europe again. The Mandingos, most of them tend to be isolationists. They tend to be, exclusive. And he was saying, venture, come out of your comfort zone, get into the mainstream. And so that's why I will encourage, my Mandingo brothers and sisters to do more. I know some are doing it. But yeah, they are just as Mandingo, Liberian as I believe all of us are. Somebody mentioned all of us coming from the Malian Empire. All of us, we came from somewhere and we settled into Liberia. So I think that argument that, Mandingos, yeah, we know there are Mandingos in Guinea, like Mandingos, Sierra Leone, all over the place. But there are also Crown people in the Ivory Coast, Grebo people in the Ivory Coast, and we are also in Liberia. So it's the same thing that this whole border thing is about. The people of the same type on both sides of the border. This is a European making. If it were not for the Berlin Conference today, I might probably be living in the Ivory Coast or in the Guinea, or somewhere, and not in Liberia, and calling myself, a citizen of that whole region. But I don't want to talk too long. Let me pass it on back to you.
Great. Fanta, your recollection of Thomas Woewiyu, and then the next one would be Joe Wally. The famous, brilliant, highly intellectual Joe Wally. He would be next. Fanta, your take and understanding of Thomas Woewiyu. Like I said, if you were too young, and the history is not within your era, we gave you the opportunity to skip. But we are going back to the founding or the founders of the civil strife in Liberia. Some of you were the victims. It's like we said, the sausage making, right? Whether you eat pork sausage or beef sausage or chicken sausage, when you see it in the supermarket, it looks beautiful when it's well packaged. But you just do not want to go to the factory and see where they make these chicken sausages, because they use the chicken feet, the chicken head, the chicken everything, and ground it and season it, and then at the end when you taste it, wow, this chicken beef is good, or this chicken whatever broth or chicken it tastes good, but you don't see the making. So all these names that you heard, the Prince Johnsons of the world, the Ellen Johnsons of the world, all of these for Harry Greaves, if you knew how they came to prominence, you ask the regular people, do you know how these people got here? 9 out of 10 will tell you no. All they know about is their title: commanding general, special forces, Speaker of the House. That's all you hear, but you don't know how they got here. This is why we are trying to delve into, to make sure that you understand who these people are. Because when you go on the social media and you mention some of these folks' names, you will hear their defenders, their trolls will say, Prince Johnson Peking, that is on a social media prank. And his job is to follow you, throw you around. Anytime you say something negative about Prince Johnson, he's on you. Same thing with Ellen, same thing with Prince Johnson, Ellen Johnson, Sully, Tom Wade, they all have their defenders. So that's why we are here. Any inclination or any knowledge about Thomas Woewiyu?
Actually, none. I have no recollection or inclination or what have you. I'm sure I will have of someone from the list that was more, I think, impactful to my generation. I understand the significance of these names and how they've contributed to where our country is today. But I don't have much comment on him. And I think if we're really looking at how we got here today and who influenced the conflict, who we can say, or if we can say, manipulated our people into the conflict that we have had, and as a result have this Liberia today, I think we can point to the CIA. Absolutely, the CIA has heavily influenced, as they've done all over Africa, the conflicts that we've seen in Liberia and in other parts of Africa. I mean, Liberia or Africa did not manufacture weapons. Okay. So someone's calling in.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So Liberia didn't manufacture weapons. Liberia didn't manufacture the guns and even like the machetes that were used to kill our people. And so if we want to really understand how all of this came to be, from the very beginning, as I keep saying, if we want to really talk about Liberia's history in this context, we have to go beyond the 1980, we have to go beyond the 1990, we have to go back to the 1800s. I think really it was then, or like the 1800s, or let's say early 1800s or late 1700s was when we started seeing influences from the West. And look, I'm not saying it for those who like to push back and say, oh, that there were conflicts amongst the different clans. Of course, the tongue and the teeth can fight, brothers and sisters fight. Those were conflicts amongst Africans, among natives. That's very natural. But when I think the Western influence came into play and really had this agenda of divide and conquer, that's when we really started seeing the level of not just divide, but betrayal that has resulted in the Africa we have today, where brothers will sell sister out and sister will sell brother out. And we're seeing all these, we're seeing these gatekeepers, right? The gatekeepers or old guards who do the bidding of the West against their own people. We're seeing all these bureaucrats who often serves as the brokers for deals, whether it's concession deals or is investment deals that are often not favorable to the country and the people overall. So it is a very it's a very, very, very deep and very complex, I think, subject, even as we discuss these men, because they're tied to the war, which is what makes them significant. But the war was influenced truly and sponsored by the West and Western entities to drive our particular output. And they did just that and continue to do it till this day, where they have psychologically manipulated our people into thinking that everything external and foreign is good and everything native is terrible. And we really have to get away from that. And to get away from that, we have to understand why these men did what they did and who influenced them. And it points back to the West and the CIA and other intelligence agencies. I mean, Israel too, like, is definitely in there, the Mossad. I know we talk about Tolbert, we've been talking about Tolbert over the last few days, and he was a very big proponent of justice for the Arab states and the Palestinians and against Israel. And we saw his demise follow shortly after that. So while some may want to point to Doe as being the person like holding the knife or like the gun, it really, like, what people also don't understand is that Doe worked with the CIA to oust Tolbert. It was not organic. It was not native. While there were some real grievances there, that influence, that push, that backing, the sponsorship was heavily from the outside. And so that's just my take with that. And this divide and conquer that we continue to find ourselves in, it is not organic. It's not organic, at least at this level, because the goal is always to silence the most economically viable group, is to silence or weaken the group that can stand and defend themselves. And so certain people will always be targeted, and is grossly unfair. It is a calibration that we really have to go back to the drawing board and dismantle. Otherwise, the Liberia we all envision, the Liberia we all so much crave for, would never be a reality. When you even hear, like, look, whether
Sarah, Mr. Sarah, I find that some of your friends are saying you won't see your face. See you in the dark.
Wait, you can't see my face. Here's my face.
Okay, there you go. Okay. Let's.
I'm just wrapping up, Mr. Gayman.
Please go ahead, so we can go to.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
We want to stick to the topic, our journey, the Civil War. We want to go to the next one, which is this redemption or reinvention? Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So we have to understand something just really quickly about the Mandingos being isolationist. Look, and I agree with Mr. Nagbe and Pewee too. Their mention, and not all Mandingos are Muslims, and not all Mandingos are Liberians. Also, a lot of the other tribes as well. So we know the Mandingos have a target on their backs. We have a target on our back. It's really unfair. It's unfair to have a target on the Kisi back. It's unfair to have a target on the Kram people back. It's unfair to have a target on the Gio people back. It's unfair to have a target on the Mano people back. We are one people, and we have to understand this divide is not organic. It is manufactured, and we have to move away from it. Look, the U.S. had the Amish people. The Amish people isolate themselves. It does not make them un-American. We also have 4.4 million Americans who live outside of America, who has the option to vote every year in the American election, and they do. So we have people in Guinea voting, we have people in Ivory Coast voting, we have people in Sierra Leone voting. It does not make them un-Liberian.
So Fanta, I want to interrupt you. So do you agree with the critics that say that the culture you're talking about, you guys discriminate when it comes to relationship and marriage? You agree with that, right?
So let me tell you something. Muslims and look, Muslims and Mandingos are two different things.
I know.
Okay, let's just establish that.
Yeah.
In the Quran, as you have your Bible, right? Mm-hmm. Let's have this conversation. It says in the Quran that Muslim women cannot marry. I didn't say boyfriend, girlfriend. Muslim women, Wait, you asked a question. Wait. It says
I come in. They can marry, but they can love.
No. So that's what I'm coming to. Even in Christianity, fornication is a sin, is it not?
It's a sin. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Wait now. So therefore, the Quran, the monolithic religions, right? The Semitic religions do not speak or condone fornication. They all disavow it. Yeah. They promote marriage. And therefore, in the scripture and even in the Quran, it says Muslim women cannot marry a non-Muslim man. Now, it also says, what people also forget about, it also says that cannot marry a non-Muslim man until he converts. If he converts, perfectly fine. It also says that Muslim men have the right to marry non-Muslim women if they choose to do so. Now, what I understand, and please, I stand corrected for those who want to push back. That's fine. And what that stems from is that because the man is the head of the household, he cares for the household. The women, Muslim women, don't have to do crap if we don't choose to. Look, I am so grateful to God. If I choose not to work today, my husband will care for me till the day I die, and whatever I need, he has to provide it. Because it says that men can marry non-Muslim women. The understanding is that they are responsible for them 1,000%. And therefore, they will have some type of influence over them. Now, if she chooses to convert, which most non-Muslim women do, if she chooses to convert because of her husband or because of the religion, it's completely up to her. If she chooses not to, it's up to her. But it is that reason why Muslim men can are allowed to marry non-Muslim women, but non-Muslim women are not allowed to marry non-Muslim women because the man is the head of the household. He drives the agenda.
I agree. I agree, but
listen.
Remember my last comment on this. Sure. I agree with that, Fana, but marriage, just like we're doing Christianity, right? We by right to say, okay, you got to marry, you can't fornicate, all this stuff. Right. But I do know. Listen to what I'm saying. Marriage is different. But a Muslim woman can love to a non-Muslim man quietly, right?
I cannot promote fornication. Whatever sin people engage in is their personal sin.
It happens, right?
Huh?
It happens, right?
Of course it happens. Is it a sin? Is a sin.
Okay.
We all sin. We all sin. Okay. Let me establish that we all sin.
Listen, the reason I'm a sociologist, the reason I do not discuss religion is because it is one of the few things that anybody would agree on. First of all, I know for the fact, and it's clear, it is the fundamental flaw of Islam that the women do not have. Listen. This is my opinion. This is what I said. We don't discuss it because I'm coming from my opinion.
Sure,
and I have a partner who is also a co-host of mine on another show, who says he's the Islamic scholar from Egypt. He wants his son to go over my twin girl, but cannot allow my son to marry his daughter because according to him, the book says so.
Oh, really?
Okay. So I'm telling him, I said, this is why I'm telling you there is a major disagreement between you and myself that my daughter does not have. Your daughter does not have the freedom to choose whomever she loves outside of her religion. He said, no, she cannot love anybody outside her religion unless he converts. And my son does not want to convert to Islam. He just wants a woman that he loves, that loves him. It's that simple. So that is the major disagreement between us, and it just never worked. That's why I said we don't discuss it.
Well, the person who's propagating that person is close. That person is close.
My friend is my friend.
It has nothing to do with Islam. It has nothing to do with, look, Mr. Gayman.
But this is why I said we shouldn't go into this.
But that your friend, that your friend that you know, that your friend that you know, he is, look, it has nothing for him to even promote that his daughter can date your son or your son can date his daughter. It is un-Islamic.
No, he said he wants his son to marry my daughter, and I asked him, can my daughter, he wants his son to marry my daughter.
Okay.
And my question is, can my son marry your daughter? He said no.
Okay. It's a personal, fine.
No, it's not personal. It's not personal. He says the Quran says his daughter cannot marry my son because my son is a Christian. It is unless he converts. And my son does not want to convert. My son may just love her. So this is why we are saying this is the major disagreement. This is what I call.
He can love somebody else. He doesn't have to love.
This is what I'm saying. It is a fundamental disagreement. It is
one of those things that I
say. It is fundamentally wrong. And this is why we call Islam an absolutist religion.
No, we cannot say that. That is so wrong.
He said, if my son does not convert, my son doesn't convert, can marry his daughter.
But Christianity has also tenets
that's why
the Bible.
I have to be honest with you. That's why we don't discuss it.
No, but Mr. Gayman, Christianity have tenets that they also have to uphold. Do they not?
My daughter should have the right to marry whomever.
In
and my son should have the right to marry whomever.
Let's forget about marriage. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Gayman.
They can't get married because he's not part of the faith. That's wrong.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Gayman, please, just very quickly. Look, Islam have tenets, right? That Muslims who are Orthodox Muslims have to uphold or have to, in fact, all Muslims have to uphold. If you choose not to, it's between you and God. We all sin. Nobody is judging like anybody. My question to you is that, right? As Islam have tenets they have to uphold, whether it's strict or not, that's a different story. Do Christianity not have tenets that they also have to uphold? Yes or no?
That is not absolute, is none.
No.
None.
But you're not answering the question.
No, I'm just telling you, there is no law in the Bible that says if you do this, it will cost you your life, or you will be ostracized. There is no relation.
There's no law in the Quran that says that you're missing, Mr. Gayman. There's no law in the Quran that says that you're going to lose your life.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. If there's no law, the reason why I don't like to get into these kind of a debate sometimes because it's very sensitive.
You guys have a one-sided understanding of things.
We shouldn't discuss it because it is your mind is made up, my mind is made up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a very sensitive kind of a discussion. So normally I love to really get out of this. There was a time that I debated with someone that claimed to be an Islamist Qatar, actually. And I love actually interacting with him. In a time we reached a point, and there was some point that he brought out, and these same things about, listen, there's surah in the Quran that Fatah are trying to mention, or things, different kind of a surah we have in the Quran that are contradicting also in terms of the same thing about a Muslim man marrying folks from outside of the domain of Islam, and then a Muslim woman going the other side. And then the statement here also about this issue about like the Bible. The Bible did not specifically say that a Christian man cannot marry a Muslim woman. No. The Bible, there's nothing that the Bible said. The only thing the Bible spoke of is fornication and the rest of that. But the point I'm trying to drive us to is that if you can allow this surah in the Quran that is saying that the man will be responsible for his wife and do everything and all this kind of thing, why you cannot? But there's penalty now. I agree with her in totality that it is not about the tribe Mandinka, it's about Islam. I agree with that. But the point you bring about isolationism or potential excommunication, if that female were to indulge with me, I've been seeing the Quran. What did the Quran say about self-punishment? And then you move to a lot of issues you move to do.
Can I answer that question, please?
Go ahead.
There is no sad punishment for Muslim women.
Then quickly, before you can continue, then why are they isolated or excommunicated if they indulge into that?
So can I answer the question? Mm-hmm. Thank you for your question. Let me answer the question because I think this is very important, and that's how we get to understanding. There's nowhere in the Quran. I will encourage everyone. It's widely available today. It's not just in Arabic. The Quran is in English. You can go and access it and read what it actually says. Nowhere will you find in the Quran about punishment or ramifications for marrying a non-Muslim man, because the very God that created us, who gave us free will be the very God who judged us and can only be the one to judge us on the day of judgment. So whatever mandate he puts in the Quran, as a Muslim, you ought to follow it. If you do not follow it, you go and face your maker. Now, if you have families, now this is, and sometimes this is why, like, you will see that people want to infuse their culture. People want to infuse their own personal belief into the religion. This is where the problem comes about. Because nowhere in the Quran does it state that you will be punished if you are a non-Muslim woman go and marry like a Muslim man. If the family, if the girl's father or the family or whoever, and this is not limited to Muslims or not limited to Mandingos. You have Christians who will kill their daughters if they don't marry.
Where?
Hold on. You guys spoke.
Oh, come on,
Fanta. You guys spoke and listen. Mr. Gayman, please. Let me finish, Mr. Gayman, please. Because Mr. Gayman.
Let it come again.
You guys spoke. Mr. Gayman.
Fanta. I want you to be very specific. You said.
Okay, just
listen. You
said. Just let me finish because if the
I need answers, and I haven't got the answers.
So we're not.
She said there are Christians that will kill their children for marriage. Just give me the statistics.
Yeah, just let me land, please, Mr. Gayman. When people make a personal decision, when people make a cultural decision, they want to blame it on religion. It is wrong. You cannot blame Islam for a parent denying his daughter of marrying your son. That is not Islam. If she chooses to do so, what it will result to is a disrespect to her father. It's between them. It has nothing to do with Kamara, nothing to do with Islam. It's between them. Islam is not, there is no consequences in the Quran that says she will be ostracized, that says she will be killed, that says she will be beaten, that says she will be any of that.
So give me the statistics of Christian killing.
Please,
can I push back on what you are just saying?
I just want to hold you to that. You said they are Christian that will kill them.
You are trying to answer this question, but you said
guys, let us go. I want to hear. I'm interested in hearing how the student and the disgrace business come about. So I know you have a question.
Please let me land, right? Yeah, where the problem comes about.
I want you to listen. I want you when you're speaking, I'm listening. You have Christian parents that will kill their children. That's what I'm saying. Give me the stats.
Like Christian parents have denied their children from marrying Muslim people, or even their own Christians.
Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Let me bring you back to what you're saying.
This is not has nothing to do with Islam.
Let me bring you back to what you're saying. Let me bring you back to what you're saying. When we started the debate just now, you came in, you said it is Islam. When I came, I said, when I said a Mandingo family man would not allow me, Sylvester Pewee, to go after a Mandingo girl that if in any way to get married to her. You said it's not about the trap. You said it's Islam. And now you sound a little bit, you contradicting yourself, Jerome, to come now and say it's the tradition. So where are we? Is it Islam or the tradition?
Thank you. So let me clarify again. In Islam, a Muslim woman, what is stated in the Quran? A Muslim woman cannot marry. As the Quran says nothing about fornication, because fornication is a sin. Whoever engaged in it is you and your sin. It's up to you. What's in the Quran? A Muslim woman cannot marry a non-Muslim man until he converts. A Muslim man can indeed marry a non-Muslim woman. As I said, my understanding of why that is, it is because the man as the head of the household drives the agenda and he is responsible for the woman. Therefore, if she's influenced to marry him, fine. If she's influenced to join the religion because she loves it, fine. But this is what's stipulated in the Quran. Now, when it comes to culture, when it comes to tribes, it's different. Because we have seen, this is not limited to the Mandingos. We have seen Bassa people deny their children from marrying Kru people children. Like, this is not a Mandingo thing. It's not a Mandingo thing.
No.
Come on.
Let me come in.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm confused myself because.
Yeah, let me come in.
Are you saying that's not true?
No. Because I want to come in because my wife is actually Kru.
Robert, come on. You're missing the whole point. No, wait. I'm not saying the group will say, no, you're missing the whole point. Like,
okay.
Let's not do that. I'm saying there are certain families who will say, no, as my child, you marry who I want you to marry. That's a family decision. It has nothing to do with tribe. It has nothing to do with religion. It's a personal decision.
I understand that.
Robert, you're all aquatic.
Listen, Fanta.
You're quiet.
Listen, guys. Listen to this. The reason we don't
because get me quickly. The reason I'm saying this, I have seen it. And let me just say this one. I have seen a Madigo girl. Yeah. We all went to school together. She affiliated one of our big brother, that's Loma. He's in Canada now. Listen, Mr. Nagbe and the rest of the folk, that I felt very bad that day. She's in Canada with very good friends. She can normally say she can call me my small brother. The pape and people and they came around, the people they grab that girl and something, and they can treat them in a. I don't want to go there. She knows the rest of it. They
I don't know the
beat up. I mean, it was bad. So that's why my father came and said,
no. That's what we're saying.
You can be a dollar. What you do?
No. I mean, you ask for that. I would do that. That is the problem, my daughter. I would do it.
Seleke, you beat your children?
It's not the trust of. It's the trust of my
Of course,
daughter. Sidiki, I got a 19-year-old daughter. I would not tell her who to marry, who not to marry.
Like y'all be.
No, that's not the point. You're talking about beating them. So
no, the beating them on the basis of affiliating with. Let me say this so you know. Beating them on the basis of affiliating with kafiri. You know the rest of the story.
So let me give you.
You're laughing now. You're laughing there, right?
Wait.
No, you know the story.
Nikki, just 1 second. Just 1 second.
On the basis of that. That's the reason I'm saying. Right? You get to you.
Let me tell you guys. Right?
I don't know. You know
Fanta.
But when you come from my sister, you get myself will not be her.
1 minute, we're not even going there. Listen, as we speak, right?
You know, it's just like this, man.
Listen, my nephew. My nephew.
It's a difficulty. You know it hard.
There's nothing difficult about this.
Let's agree.
Listen, I'm on the floor.
Hold on a little bit.
I'm on the floor. Please. I said, listen,
Sorry, Mr. Gayman, sorry.
My nephew in Buchanan and a girl he fell in love with. The girl got pregnant. The girl happens to be Mandingo and Muslim. He a Baptist and non-Muslim. The child was born. It's been 5 years. The family ostracized the girl. Not only that, but took the child.
Nobody bring my house.
Took my nephew's daughter and my nephew's son. For 5 years, they disappeared. They took the children to Guinea because they are non-Muslim. And as we speak, the case is in court. 5 years, we can't get those children back. Mm-hmm. Because according to them, it is outside of the religion. It is not liable. Mm-hmm. And the whole Liberian government does not want to get involved because it's religious in nature. So I'm a victim of what I'm talking about. Nobody can come here and tell me otherwise.
Mr. Gayman, there was a story in the newspaper not too long ago where a Christian man married a Christian woman, took the child to Ghana.
Fanta, don't even go there. They didn't do that because she's a Baptist or she's a Methodist.
No,
they didn't do that. That's a family dispute. That is a family dispute, not based on religion. These children were taken because they were children outside of religion. I'm in court. You are not there. You try to tell me what I know.
No, Mr. Gayman, they can use.
This is what I said. We shouldn't go there. We shouldn't go there. Let's go to our topic here.
Someone can say, Mr. Gayman sent me to kill somebody. Doesn't mean that you send the person to kill that person.
Fanta, I wouldn't allow you to infringe on my family's plight. I wouldn't allow you to infringe on my family's plight. Don't do that. Don't do that. I wouldn't allow you to do that. I would not interfere into your family affairs. Do not do that. Do not do that because it is what we are talking about. The Mandingo people are using religion to deny my family. I would write you talking about what the Quran says.
I cannot accept that. I cannot accept that. This is not personal.
Let's go to our topic.
Don't do that, Mr. Gayman. You will not name an entire religion or tribe for your family.
Seleke, go ahead.
No, that's wrong.
Yes.
That's wrong.
Mr. Gayman is taking advantage of
It's a personal matter. It's a personal matter. It's a personal matter.
Seleke, you got your 5 minutes where you go ahead and talk, please.
Yeah, it's a personal matter. What happened to you is wrong.
5 minutes or 2 minutes.
Well, I gave him 5 because you want to say because he might go without giving him enough money.
No, what I'm saying is that when people want to talk, you say, wait, I'm a moderator. And
because you're not supposed to interrupt. Go ahead, you got 5 minutes.
So you get. Yeah, but so that's making me laugh. You know, but
let me make you laugh.
Yeah, because Mr. Gayman he's trying to hide behind the moderator Benny and be throwing attack, right? So here is my position on this.
Who hide here? What?
moderator has been a moderator to two attack. When you
me?
want to say don't talk, Mr. Gayman. When you want to say don't talk, then you say the Maningo people trying to stop your family. So when people want to respond, and he say, "Oh no, I'm a moderator, don't talk."
You won't go after.
You got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes.
You want 5 minutes?
I just share you my observation, right? But here is my position. Just as my sister Fanta said, you have an option. If you want a Muslim woman, you go there. And I don't know where in this world marriage are forced. You want somebody to say they can get a daughter to you. It's not a force. And that is not a justification.
Then why you want to go after the unmet daughter?
For you to discriminate.
Don't get a daughter here, finish.
No, it's not an issue of not getting my daughter. If you don't know my daughter, why go after the daughter?
Why we keep on?
Siddiqui, wait, I know you'll continue. Let me ask you this question.
Pewee, let him continue.
Okay, go ahead, my brother. You expose yourself, you're not you.
I expose myself. Pewee, you are in America, right? I'm not sure marriage in America is forced or is give and take. If I want your daughter, I go to you. Your daughter love me. If you think it's okay for us to get married, that's fine. If your son want my daughter, and
you should not try to me to marry my daughter. Go to my daughter.
No, but you're not
to marry my daughter.
You're not the one to make that determination, Pewee. You're not the one.
But then you say you come to me. But for you, I have come to me.
The girl, why you in the family?
Allow me to talk.
Why should the family?
But this is not a give and take situation, and how you're trying to put it. It's not a give and take situation. Even if the way you're trying to put it, let's agree now, right? On the worst scenario, the how you're looking, is that a justifiable reason to say Mandingos are not citizens because they can't give us that dollar to marry?
We're talking about citizen business here.
No, but that's why all the conversation coming from the only problem I get with the Mandingo people because they can't give us that dollar. Yeah? So is that a reason to say to target a group of people because they can't give you that dollar? Yeah? It is very simple. Islam. Islam, Sylvester.
In
Islam, the wife supposed to respect the husband. So if you come to
in Christianity, the wife not supposed to respect the husband.
No, but in Christianity, we've seen so many Christian women taking her husband to court, slapping them, beating on them. A Muslim woman cannot do that.
No.
I tell you, a Muslim woman cannot do that.
I want to come in now, please.
Muslim woman cannot do that.
It happening around the world.
No.
You can't let him finish.
It's not on a hard percentage as compared to Christians. That is a fact. You can check it out. So the wife of a Muslim woman, a Muslim woman is supposed to respect the husband. So if you come as a Christian to marry,
they have to go somebody.
Let me conclude now. But why you don't want us to talk? Why you don't want us to talk when we're talking?
Sylvester, let him finish. Let him land.
Again, brother Tomalin, if you come to ask for a Muslim woman, all that person is thinking about, the family of that person, is that when we give you to this person for marriage, you're supposed to obey that person, respect whatsoever they say. Even if we gave you for marriage, the person still can't start going to church, you have to obey because that's your husband. If this is the situation we look at, we say, no, we're not going to give our daughters or our sister to non-Muslims. If you really love her, you can convert. That's your choice. Nobody putting there on your neck to say you must change and be Muslim. And some people do that. And on the worst case, let the example Mr. Gayman tried to give and say a friend told him that there's a specific section of the Quran that say when you marry a Muslim woman or if a Muslim woman marry a Christian, something can happen to them. There are so many Muslim women that have married Christian women. So what happened to the men? Or what happened to the women? It's all just propaganda put together to target a group of people. So basically, this is what I wanted, but it's not a give and take situation. Even in relationship, in loving business, sometimes when you're Muslim man, you love it to a Liberian girl. or non-Muslim, they will ask you, "Will you marry me?" But when they love it to a Christian guy, they can't ask a guy whether you marry. They will marry them. But only a Muslim guy will be asking, "Will you marry me?" All that kind of stuff. So it's not a give and take situation. Let's not make it like that. Oh, you're not giving us your people, so don't come to us. No. So you have the same right.
Give me one question. So if a Muslim girl decides that she's in love with a non-Christian, I mean, and she's in love with the person, want to marry the person, or love the person, you always stop her from doing it.
No, they can get married, and there's been cases like that.
Yeah, but you just said that
you guys,
the Quran says that the Muslim girl should not marry.
Just because the Quran says doesn't mean it's not happening, but ultimately there are so many cases. There are so many cases where Muslim women get married to non-Muslims.
Okay,
but what Mr. Gayman trying to do is like it's not happening at all, which is not right.
You just heard what Fanta say. The Muslim woman can marry a non-Muslim, but he has to convert. That's what you just said.
Yes, that's the law. But still get married to them.
No, but wait.
He has to convert.
Wait.
Let's go to Robert. Go.
Just really quickly, Mr. Gayman, right? It doesn't mean just how the Bible said thou shalt not fornicate. People fornicate all the time.
Listen,
the Bible says it.
This is not fornication.
You said before let's not make it as
Fanta, you can't. I think the difference, though, since we're speaking of fornication, I think the difference, and again, I before I speak, I want to acknowledge the sensitivity of this topic. And I'm not a religious person, but I believe in God.
Oh, that shall not kill. People still kill.
Right. But I think the difference.
Fanta, please don't.
Wait now.
Well, that's what it is, Mr. Gayman. That shall not kill. People still kill. That shall not kill.
You can't make the call. You can't make that moral equivalence. Don't do that. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think the difference, and I could be wrong, but I'm going to speak from a Christian. I think the difference is that there are things that the Bible says thou shalt not do, and fornication is one of them. But from a Christian perspective, I think it's not like a law that if it does happen, we believe that God is a forgiving God, right? And that even when we were born as sinners. Like we're going to remain as imperfect as we are until we see him on Judgment Day. What I've read, and I could be wrong, it almost seems like if that happens, there's not room for forgiveness, right? From that perspective. Again, I stand corrected.
Yeah,
but
so that's wrong.
It's wrong. Okay, so that's fine. So, but I want to go back to the whole Seleke point about the reasons behind why Muslim women supposed to be respectful and Christians wives taking their husbands to court and or things like that. So it just logically speaking, if that suffice, right? Why would a Muslim man want to marry a Christian woman who could possibly do all of the things that a Muslim woman won't do as it relates to the respect factor, as it relates to the possibility of of having a voice or taking him to court, if he did something wrong, or something illegal. Why would you want to marry a Christian woman if you don't think that, as far as religiously and culturally, as a Mandingo man, if you don't think that's something that that represents your culture? I think when it comes to love, I'm just speaking on love, and I'm not sure what the Quran says about love. There are instances where we have this thing in Liberia that has nothing to do with religion necessarily, where certain families believe that they've invested in their daughters or in their sons because they are at a certain level socially, financially. They feel like their daughters should marry. Or for instance, if my daughter is a doctor,
and I've invested so much in her, and we see this happen often in Liberia.
Exactly.
You will want her to marry someone that is at the level that she is, right? But then there are also instances where, or when you, if you're a rich person or you're king, we've seen instances traditionally where a king must marry a queen, right? Whatever that tradition looks like. That's always never the case, right? People always go where their heart is.
Yeah.
People go to where so when it comes to relationship and marriage, for me, it's about love. And there are times where love trumps religion. And there are many instances where even when love trumps religion, specifically when it comes to the Muslim, sometimes it seems like Sadiq just reiterated that. It seems like even if you love someone and you want to spend the rest of your life with that person, right? Your religions prevent you from actually moving forward with that.
Can
And
I?
so maybe you can answer this question later on as I conclude. But if you are in love with someone, because again, if you meet someone, sometimes it's not always about your religion, sometimes it's not always about your qualifications, until you really start having conversations and you're getting to know that person. But if you met someone that you're really attracted to, someone that you truly love, you love everything about them, but they are not your religion, you're basically saying, like Siddiqui mentioned, they have to convert to prove or to proceed when it comes to marriage. I think there's something fundamentally wrong with that. And lastly, if the Muslim man, can marry multiple wives traditionally and religiously, because he is seen as the head of the home, so he's able to make certain decisions when it comes to that, even marrying outside of his religion. I also logically question what kind of decisions that you can entrust him with. It's one thing to say, traditionally, as long as you can take care of this person, you can marry multiple wives, tradition, whatever it is. But if the narrative is that, or if this explanation is that because he's a man and he's the head of the home, and so he's entitled religiously to marry multiple wives, including marrying outside of his religion, I think there's something fundamentally wrong with that decision factor. And as intelligent as you are, Fanta, right? And I'm sure just because you're a Muslim woman doesn't mean that you're just going to let anyone, tell you whatever. And I could be wrong, but just listen to your positions on policies and the issues. I'm sure you're not just this kind of like run over chick, like where just because your Muslim wife, your husband can just do whatever the heck he wants to do because you have to respect him,
Yeah.
right? But there's a contradiction there. And I'll close on this note. I have a sister of mine. For me, I again, relationship for me is not about religion; it's about love. And so there are people that are close in my circle that are not of the same religion as mine. I respect them. Of course, one of my best friends, Sekou, he's a Muslim. His wife is a Christian, right? And I'm sure he doesn't have multiple other wives. But she got married to a Muslim person, and everything about the so-called religion from a characteristic perspective, he didn't reflect that, right? And when it was time for her to do what she had to do as far as paperwork and everything else, she had to go to court. That was completely outside of the religion. I also had a situation where a Muslim man, said he was in love with a Christian, and he denied his religion to prove his love to this woman, and he was going to church and doing all these things, and as soon as he got married, he kind of went away and got married to a Christian, a Muslim, a woman. The, I think that love should always prevail. And in any tradition or in any religion, I am not, if I had a daughter, I am not deciding for my daughter who to get married to. I would love to give her my blessings. I would love to give that man my blessing, the biggest thing that we would do is give them advice, and we see that happen, right? But it almost seems like in the Muslim, from the Muslim perspective, if your father don't agree, whether you're in love with that man or you're not in love with that man, or you're not gonna marry that man. Or
Yeah,
if the
that's not
family
true.
agree, whether you're in love with him or whether he meets your own standards, or you have to get married to that man. It comes off like that sometimes, and I think that's where the complication comes in.
Yeah. So
Let me 1 minute. Let me go to Victor. Victor, you have not. I don't want anybody accusing me that they were on the show for an hour and I didn't get any chance to talk. And then before we move on.
Yeah, thank you, Jerome. I'm just taking it all in.
Wait,
My friend,
Mr. Nagbe, I'm so sorry. I think it's important for me to address this. Musa Dawson, was it Dawson Senior? Stop the nonsense. I never call anyone religion so-called religion. Stop this.
wait,
Stop
you
the
did
fool.
say that though, Robert. Like you did say.
No. I didn't say so-called religion. I said that my
So-called.
relationship is not based on religion. It's
No,
based
no, no.
on
You
God.
did mention so-called. And
Yeah, but so-called, it doesn't refer to one
So-called
particular
in what
religion. We
terms?
said
In what
it.
terms? So,
all right.
it's
So
not.
I think it's really
One second.
important
No.
for me to respond to
One second.
Robert, right?
One second.
Go ahead,
Because
Robert.
one second. I did not say anything in any condescending manner.
I don't think that's
Right.
what you meant, but
Right.
you did use.
No. But I want to clarify. That I did not use. If I did use so-called, it was not specifically to
Thank you.
Muslims or anything like that. It's not condescending.
That's
So
the context.
stop the
Yeah.
foolishness.
So you mentioned some things, and I think it's really important to just really
Fanta, please let Victor go ahead. He asked for a point of correction. Go ahead.
yeah, I really, Fanta lost me there, and that's why I'm quiet and I'm listening. I still don't understand. She said, Islam allows the men to marry non-Muslim, but the woman is not. But then I also hear her saying it is a family decision. But I know that there are a lot of stories of young women being stoned and disowned by family because they decided to date non-Muslim. So I am confused. I'm trying to understand it. And my friend Jimmy Eastman is reminding us that even the Christianity we have, I think it's 2 Corinthians, he's quoting here, but I know the phrase of not being, unequally yoked.
Is
Exactly.
out of context.
Exactly. So I like
right.
to, I've been waiting to see if we'll come back to that. I want to understand Fanta and Seleke and people watching. How is it that young Muslim women get stoned and disowned, publicly shamed by their families in the name of Islam for choosing outside of the religion?
Okay.
But I hear you saying something else, that it is if a choice by family members. So I'd like to understand: is it really sanctioned by Islam, or is it discretionary?
Yeah.
That's where I'm lost.
No, thank you for that. I think that's a really good question, Mr. Nagbe. So and again, we talk about what's in the text. What is textbook Quran? What is in the Quran written by God? What is in the Quran is that Muslim women are not allowed to marry non-Muslim men until they convert. Muslim men, it is not a preference, but if you choose to marry a non-Muslim woman, up to you. It's fine in the Quran. Text, you can read it. Now,
What are there consequences associated with this choice?
No. It is so we look at the Quran as the best.
So why are Muslim men?
Wait now, Robert. Hold on one second.
I want to ask you now. Why?
Wait. Before I forget my train of thought, please.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, this is the guidance for Muslims. As we know, God gave everyone free will. God also gave us the 10 Commandments. Do not lie. Do not steal. do not cheat, do not kill, do not fornicate. The list goes on, right? Do not covet do not covet your brother's wealth. God put down his commandments, but yet he gave human being free will. Human being lie, we steal, we cheat, we covet our brother's wealth, we kill each other. All of these are written not to do it, yet we do it. When it comes to families making decisions for who their children should marry, it is completely up to them. It is not a Muslim mandate to say your father has to choose your husband, your father has to choose your wife. If that family decides we have invested in our daughter, we spent $1 million on her education, she wearing diamond shoes, she get diamond necklace, and that we want a partner that is equally yoked for her, it is up to them and their decision. It has nothing to do with the religion. The religion does not mandate or have any type of punishment. That is a family decision. My father have always said to all of his children, I will never choose your partner for you. I chose my husband. My siblings chose their partners. It is not Islam where this notion out there to say, oh, Muslim people don't know. It is not Islam. It is not Islam. And my father is one of the person who does his best, who toes that line of piety. He's so try to be so pious. He's one of the best practicing Muslims I know. And he said over and over, I would never choose your partner for you. And evidence of that, my father has what? Seven kids. None was chosen by him. None of our partners were chosen by him. So when families, and that's what I continue to say, it is not a Islamic thing. You have Christian families, you have the royal families, you have even business families. This person worked for this corporation, this person worked for them. Oh, I think in order to continue our legacy, maybe our kids should arrange marriage. People think that arranged marriage don't even happen like in Christians' household. It happens. It is not an Islamic thing. Mm-hmm. The other thing I want to clarify is this thing of polygamy. Polygamy is not limited to Islam. Polygamy happens even in the Basra, Kran, Gribble, Jewish, Catholic communities. It is not an Islamic thing. It is, however, in the Quran, a man can marry up to 4, but it's preferable if you marry 1. You can only, this is what the Quran says in text, read it black and white. You can only marry 4 if you can take care of them equally. If
you broke, you can marry 4. But
you should not. You should not. Look, not even rich. It's just.
Listen, Fanda, 1 minute. You've been talking to. Let me make this declaration.
There's a very important.
1 minute. Okay, please land, because I wouldn't want to make this disclaimer that you are not an Islamic scholar.
No, I am not a scholar, and that's what I keep saying from what I know. And
good. I just want to make clear that you are not a scholar. It's your opinion, just like it's ours. Yeah, go ahead.
No, this is not my opinion. When I say textbook, when I say what is written in the Quran, is not my opinion.
No. Are you an Islamic scholar?
You're interrupting me, and this is a very important.
I want to ask you. Listen. No, come on.
Listen. I will have to finish. You keep interrupting me, Mr. Gayman, just because you don't want to hear this.
A very simple question. Are you an Islamic scholar?
Mr. Gayman, I have already answered that question for you.
I'm just asking you.
I have already answered that question for you, Mr. Gayman. Now you're trying to distract me. I'm not.
Mr. Gayman, why are you asking that question? Why?
I'm asking because she's not just like I'm not a preacher. Listen, just like I'm not a preacher, by me quoting few Bible verses doesn't mean I'm a scholar.
Nobody claims to be a scholar, Mr. Gayman.
What is the point, Mr. Gayman? What is the point?
The point is that what we are saying here is basically our opinion.
No. Mr. Gayman, let me tell you something. When I reference, and when I use references, like if you go to the Quran in text, it's not my opinion.
No, listen.
It's not my opinion.
No, listen.
Interrupting me, so just please let me.
No, the reason I say it's your opinion because you said God wrote it.
But how is that my opinion when I say
It
you
is
can
your
go
opinion.
right now
You
and
said-
go look it up? Go look it up in the Quran. It's
You
there.
said, but listen, you said God wrote it. What proof you had that
The
God wrote
Quran
it?
is from God. The
What
Quran is
what
from God.
evidence do you have that God wrote it?
Mr. Gayman is trying to go.
Fanta,
No, Mr. Gayman, don't do
Fanta,
that.
Fanta, what evidence do you have?
The
What
Quran is from God.
evidence do you have that God wrote
Let's
it?
have that conversation another day. Let me try to answer
Let's
the
go to.
question and
If you
Garguah's
say
question.
it is written by God, what
Mr.
proof do you
Gayman,
have
let's
that
have
it's
that
written by God?
conversation another day. When I make a reference to the book, I mean what I'm saying. When I use go and look it up, when it comes to the polygamous, like multiple wives, when I say a man can marry up to 4 wives, but you have to treat them just, that is not Fanta's opinion. That is written in the Quran. Go look it up right now. It is there. So therefore, Robert also, Mr.
Gayman, but let him land on Mr. Gayman.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Fanta. Land,
No.
please.
Like this is not these are not conversations like we can have in these manner. We have to be patient enough to hear what the actuality actually is, and not just take the rhetoric and run with it because it's dangerous. Mr. Gayman, I'm in sympathy with you over what's happened to your family.
I'm not asking for your sympathy. When you say actuality, then you are talking something that is factual.
No.
You said actuality, that means it is factual. And I'm saying, what evidence do you have that it is
factual? Because it's in the Quran, is a word from
doesn't
God.
make it factual.
Whether you agree that it's from God or not, that is up to you. I'm saying it's from God because the Quran is from God. As the gospel.
So you and I disagree that I wouldn't even accept it because you say it's from God.
The Bible is not from God. That's fine.
Your opinion is from God.
It's not my opinion. It's not my opinion. As I also believe the gospel is from God. The Quran is from God. If you don't believe
I have no proof that it's from God. You said God wrote it. How did God write it?
You can be an atheist.
Okay, thank you.
Jerome?
It's very important. I'm not going to dismiss that. The Quran
we can move.
That's
Mr. Gayman, let her land on
But I give her 2 minutes.
Mr. Gayman, let her land.
Listen, but 2 minutes, I give her the land. She been on this.
Okay, give her another 2 minutes. Let her land uninterrupted. Please, let's move.
Mr. Gayman is anti-Muslim.
No, Mr. Seleke.
And you hear him that I'm
give her 2
anti-Muslim.
minutes. Guys, hold on. Guys,
listen, what do you mean I'm anti-Muslim?
Because you tend to question the Quran being a book from God. You see, what proof you have to say the Quran is the word of God? You know, that's
you said, I didn't say she said it was written by God, and I want to know.
That's a total conversation. So why you keep pushing that?
I want to know why would somebody say the Bible is written by God or the Quran is written by God?
It's from God. It's from God. Let me clarify. It's from God.
Guys, Fanta, 1 second.
Please, this is why I say we shouldn't even
Mr. Gayman, hold on now. Let's give Fanta 2 minutes uninterrupted. Hold on, let's move on. Please.
Go ahead, 2 minutes. It is 8:13.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Fanta, please.
This notion that when people make cultural decisions, whether they agree for you to marry their daughter, they're not agree for you to marry their daughter. It is not an Islamic decision. I just want to clarify that. I just want to let us all bury that today. It is not an Islamic decision. It is a personal decision, just how in Christianity or in any other forms of practice where anyone chose to do what they want to do. It is not, we cannot continue to blame an entire religion when we haven't even taken the time to read and understand the text. And that's why I would employ all those who have questions about those particular instances. Can a Muslim woman marry like a non-Muslim man? Go and read it for yourself. All you have to do is just Google. It's going to come up. What is in the text? Or go pick up an actual Quran for yourself and read it. Do not rely on the interpretation of whomever is telling you or using it as a justification to deny your right to anything. And family can make any decision they want to make for their children. Whether they abide by it, they don't abide by it, it's up to them. But it's not an Islamic decision. They should not blame Islam for that. And it's also not fair when you take that as a justification rather than just going to the source and consuming that information for yourself. Just because someone said, oh, Mr. Gayman told me to jump off the bridge, doesn't mean that you actually told them that. That's unfair. That's unfair to you. So at the end of the day, in order for us to understand each other better and be better brothers and sisters, just how we are going to stay away from stereotypical notion about Christianity and the Bible. We should also extend the same courtesy to Islam and not be so quick to jump to conclusion, because it's unfair.
Thank you. Your name and where you calling from? One minute. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Kehleboe Gongloe, calling from Pennsylvania. I'd like to contribute to this debate.
Go ahead.
You know, a few weeks ago, we did have the similar debate. First, I'd like to say this clearly to Mr. Gayman and probably to Pewee. If you guys wanted to marry a Muslim woman and you got denied, I think that's a personal issue. So, like Fanta said,
you can have one country no talk.
Pewee, please, Pewee, I beg you. I beg you, Pewee. Let him talk, please.
My small brother.
No, but I didn't say
no. Why do you just call him by the name? Why you gotta call him small?
Man didn't tell you that, Kehleboe. Yeah. No one told you that. But let him learn, please.
Guys, so Gilman, so I'm sorry for that experience when you're young.
Look at it.
What happened to you? A Muslim woman refused to marry you, or the parent refused for you to get married. But I've made this point, and I think Fanda has made a point over and over. Love is a personal decision. The last time the same discussion was here, I said publicly, my brother, the late Kehleboe Gongloe, has children by a Muslim woman. Okay? He did not want to marry her, and he married his country woman. Okay? So that woman to even allow to have children with my brother, it meant she was ready to marry him. But he didn't make that decision. Okay? He had a different option. He went for it. And let's understand, a government is very unfair to Fanta here. To even ask Fanta when she quoted the Quran to say, oh, you say that's a word of it comes from God. Government, Christian and Muslim believe that what is in the Quran and what is in the Bible that word of God. So it's not an issue to even raise that issue. And I think you are just being very picky on unfair tonight, and I'm sorry to say that to you, my brother. And the other thing, let's face it. For example, the Bible, I'll just give a typical example. The Bible does not say nobody should drink alcohol. Even Jesus turned water into wine. It meant for people to drink. Okay? But go to Nima, go to the Baptist church, go to the England church. You can't drink. They tell you it's against the Bible. So
what Baptist church have you been to? I'm a Baptist and I drink. Who told you that?
What?
What Baptist church you been to?
Kehleboe, you all over the place.
I don't know what you want to say now. You're going to drinking and other things. If you want to bring the drinking aspect, and then you're turning it up for today. Today, if you want to bring the drinking aspect, you have to ask them. Guinea is like 95% Islam. But the alcohol they drink, you don't go close to when you drink it. So don't go to the drinking line. So don't go there on that line with what the Bible, what the Quran about.
In Baptist church, okay? My mother was even president of the Baptist Women Convention in Lower Nimba. Okay, I grew in Baptist church before I became a Catholic. Later on, when I went to Catholic school, okay? So I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're a Catholic now?
I remember when even kids, people who drink, they come to the house, they can't drink from the single or drink because they were not considered can't drink, okay? So I'm just telling you. So it's like a tradition. It's not biblical, right? The other thing I want to just end on that, and for me, I think this is, I posted something in the chat room, and I'm calling on Raul or Sylvester Pewee to watch that video, the interview by Community We said, who was one of those listed by the government of William Arotoro as being a wanted person. I think he laid out the history of how April 14 came about and the role of power and the role of Moja. You go there and learn. It contains a wealth of knowledge, historical knowledge, it's rich. So the whole thing of bleeding progressive without reason, go and watch the video after the show of Sylvester Pewee. And we'll meet tomorrow on the show.
Thank you. And I would start with that point quickly, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, Pewee, that means you got to be all over the place too.
Yeah, exactly. He won't put me all over there. I don't think I'm going to go all over the place. First and foremost, he didn't get my point, and he cited I mean, he has too much scattered agenda. And sometimes I understand, Kehleboe, the quest to just come after Pewee can, so now you break along the way and you get, and your whole thought process gets disintegrated and you don't know how to put it together and just say things like, number one, I have never said this to you that I did this before I got this. No, never. Socially, I've been very interactive with folks and respect people from all boundaries, if you will. But to tell you what you say that about me, that is far from the reality. And I'm not. And that's one of the reasons I even told Mr. Gayman here. This is a sensitive issue. Sometimes we get discuss it with comrades of mine and other things and move forward, right? We've had most of our... Listen, if you were to see the country today, the reason why the country is getting the way it's getting now, it seems to be this way before. It's changing a little bit, if you will. The Seleke there sitting now, we can take Seleke to Banana Junction, send somewhere and drink beer together, right? And drink beer together, and the rest of the...
I can drink beer.
When I said drink beer, about drinking beer, you drink a tie. But let me say this to you.
I can drink beer.
For some of the issue of you were Harley, but I know one of my very good friends, we always have been on the show before. We meet.
I can drink beer. Let
me say this to you. And again, I come inspired, not big debate again.
No, but wait
the reason I come in. No, but you know that you say that you won't have it. And you know what come and sit with us. But and I was saying this, I mean, you know, and I'm forgetting some people. Yeah, they say he find a defender. Let me say this. We meet to Banana Junction. We meet to Marriage Shack. We meet to now. There's an area they call Amogashi. Anybody that familiar with Amogashi, right?
Amogashi. I know.
There's a hotel there with very great entertainment area.
So that's why you not see me drinking here before.
Why you interrupting the man? The man talking.
The man said, "Oh, Harley, like you know."
No, but let
me end Seleke. Seleke, me end. You get Ella. So you like a teacher. I'm not propaganda using on you. I'm being honest.
You being honest?
We sat down. And I've visited across most of our comrades. We go, so now we say we drink a tie. When we social and so that we say, when we reciprocate, you know, in diplomacy, reciprocity is very important. We sit down across the table, we drink style, Godfather, everything we do it together. And do you know one of the reasons? If you went in the Amogashi area now, before
alcohol reciprocity for alcohol reciprocity,
most of our young Muslim, this is Manico girls. Normally, you see them to tie their lap up. This time, do you know the reason why most of them wearing jeans trousers? They wear jeans trousers. They wear all the sexy blasters and other things. They move and they socialize. Listen, things will change, and that's why I said that, brother, there's a need tomorrow. Time will come. Things changing and rapidly changing. You will see most often before 10 years ago. They were, if you witness most of our friends that we all want to get. Raul will take the Fanta, Coca-Cola, something, the can, something, right? You see that stout, that beer, that different thing in it. But it has changed. If Jerry said one anytime, one of our friends on the show, so he don't have it. My old man, he don't have it. He don't have it. And he know who I'm talking about, right? But so listen, I want to see us like that. And the war is changing. It have changed. It's going to change more. Why do you think this thing happening? That's why you said that cross and then they will cough. You're saying some bad. Like here, I don't do this on your cough for their wine, their style, their beer, they will drink. So you know the rest of the story. What I'm saying to you. So those are things how we ought to change it, and it's going to change eventually.
Give out the bidding false story to my name.
No problem. No problem. What I'm saying, no problem. It left for you how you want to say, how you don't want to say it, right?
Yeah, but I don't drink. I don't see me drinking before.
Listen, one of my men told me, one of my own friend, and I'm you know how I said, he told me one of the time, I was saying, hey, I didn't know. We went to that area, I told him, I said, I didn't tell you. I said, Morris Sharif, right now. I said, Pewee, you don't call me Sharif, you call me Morris. Right? He said, "Pewee, what you do?" He said, "Man, what you doing? I said, "Pewee, sorry." Yeah, and that's it. He told me about that. Now we can move on, we do our thing together. Right before he had the thing, I call him here. He told me, "I'm picking what you doing that so call me Morris." You know it. So listen, that is the pattern, and I would love for the Seleke will take a line. You want to take his own defense. I agree. We met several times we were associated, we were affiliated. We would meet, and this time the changing model is partner moving from Barnaby Junction and going to Mary Sharp and Parliament. They were meeting, and then everything can happen.
Yeah,
so I don't have we have to get up. The other family post stop these things or post doing that. But I want to the main reason behind the family doing these things there are information is coming actually from the Quran. And Fatah said this, and she a little bit I want to believe contradicted herself again on that. The fact that they read from that surah of the Quran that a Muslim woman should not get married to a non-Muslim, it is from where they are getting the information from, basically. I want to believe. So the parents are sticking onto that to say, hey, you cannot do this. And yeah, I agree with what Father said, that her father never interfered into that. But Father, do you know the reason why your dad didn't interfere? Because you got on course. You would have known the word of your dad if you were to try to go after one Garguah. No, I disagree. Your dad does not disagree because you pay online. If you are Mr. Momo G. Kamara will tell you, no, I don't support this. That's the reason why he's not interfering. Because
yes, he was giving his opinion. But he would
But listen, guys. Listen. For those of us who did a lot of courses in religiosity, let me say this is what I say. I have to make the disclaimer. We need to bring people who are well versed. One of the things that I don't like to do is talk across discipline because I am not well versed in the Bible, neither the Quran. So I wouldn't discuss these things with people who are not scholarly.
Sorry, you're not going to get by here. You need someone to say that, brother.
So this is what I'm saying. Even me, I'm a steward in my church. My preacher can tell me that the scripture is divine, but I cannot accept from my pastor that God wrote it. There ain't nobody going to convince me that God came from somewhere and wrote the Bible. I don't know if God can speak Basa, because I read the Bible in Basa. I read it in different languages. So anybody who tells me that God wrote it, if you can tell me, is it inspired? Yes. But for you to say God wrote it, I will not buy it. Nobody of a sociological thinking will buy it. So this is what I'm saying. If you are a scholar, and no matter how scholarly written, it will always be debunked. Okay, they are Unitarians, they are non-believers, they are atheists. We have all of these people, and we have different belief systems. We've got different way of approaching the system. So there is no one that is absolute. It's like my father, as a preacher, used to say, going to heaven is like going to Monrovia, right? You can walk, you can take the Atlantic Ocean, you can fly, as long as you get there. So going to heaven, it is how we get there. I mean, going to heaven is the objective. How we get there doesn't matter. You can get it as a Muslim. You can get it as a non-Muslim. You can get it as Chinese who don't believe in anything. This is what I'm saying. If anybody comes to me to discuss anything that wants to be an absolutist, I will not buy it. It's your thinking, and you are entitled to that. But anyhow, this is what I'm talking about. I have 3 girls. And there's no way after 18 for me to arrange a wedding or who she get married to, or I'm asking her, like my daughter just did last weekend. She brought the guy that she's dating. The gentleman came, introduced himself, brought his mother. They came to meet us. And this is what they intend to do. They met in college, and both of them got a degree. They're about to open some business and this and that. And they're going to be getting married soon. Beautiful. But I wasn't going to have the arrangement to say you have to go with who, or I didn't, the question about religiosity never even came up. I didn't even ask him whether you are a Christian or you are a Buddhist. Do you guys love each other? Yes. That's all it matters to me. Whether he was Muslim or he was a Buddhist, it made no difference to me. So this is where I come from. If you come to my daughter and y'all like each other and y'all want to get married, so be it. You will be accountable to yourselves, and you will be accountable to the social statistics in America that about 46% of all marriages ends in divorce. you know, so I have to give them the stats. Give them what it is available for you to know that, you know, you guys got to do it right.
You put in fear in the people.
No. That's just the fact. Listen,
you don't have to go through what I want.
No, but my daughter knows. The guy knows too. And the reason for that is, what is the reason for divorce? Number one, in this country, the statistics show the number one reason for divorce in this country is financial issues. People who are not financially ready.
I know. There's a cause in sociological marriage and the family.
Of course.
We checked the reason why most people divorce because they have two kinds of marriages: marriage of convenience and marriage of love. Most of the marriages that people divorce are marriage of convenience. Then they want it because they found out that Robert just got married, so John Brown get married to Robert too. And they know how Robert got you here, where men and what they went through to reach to that point. But because when they jump that convenience marriages, and as a result, when they love not there, when they get married, and then they probably start from there. That a marriage of convenience. Most you check the data. Most of the marriages that come in divorce are marriage of convenience. The marriage of love, the one that between what Jesus shows us, that erotic love. They got agape love, erotic love, and divine love. But that one that they put, that convenience one that one can make people the marriages just hit the nail. That's it.
Listen. Somebody calling from Belgium. Your name and where you calling from?
All right, I'm Pastor Dr. Ishmael Habib Rahim.
Okay.
And I was born and brought up as a Muslim, and I know the Quran from Al-Fatiha to Surah to Bakat. So I like the argument.
You're asking for scholar, you know.
When it comes to Christianity,
give the man talking already.
Our Muslim brother and our Christian brother, they are only told, they are not taught. So, and I have a master's degree in intercultural theology, and I have a PhD in divinity. So I just want to throw light on one or two things. You see, the Bible was written by collective people. Yes, it's a collective books. That's the first thing the Bible says. Then when it comes to the Quran, now the Muslim who don't know the scripture, when you read to Surah 5, which is Surah to Bakat, so it tells you that it was a revelation that was given to Prophet Muhammad. And then later on, it was put into writing. So, but there's two differentiation between the Quran and the Hadith. There are a lot of time, the way of Prophet Muhammad, this is what a lot of Muslims carry on instead of what is written in the Quran. If you read the Quran from start to end, you will know that Jesus' mission, the Prophet Muhammad mission, is just the same old thing. The only slight difference is that the way of living, and the Muslims don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and they don't believe in salvation. So, to make the point very clear, so a lot of Muslims who go by the hadiths, that's why you see the Sunnah can come, the jihadists, they want to go by. The Prophet Muhammad's message for media was that we shouldn't worship idol God, we should worship one God. He talked about idol, and when you read historical theology, it tells you that the first people that ever embraced Islam was the Jewish, the Christian. So I want to address my sister, no Fatima or Kamara, where it was in the scripture that is an order in the Quran that the Jewish people, when they say Jewish people, the Muslim people consider the Jewish people to be the only Christian. So if they say a Jewish man, a Muslim man can marry a Jewish woman, but a Jewish woman cannot marry. A Jewish man cannot marry a Muslim woman. That is no scripture in the Quran tells you that, but you'll find it in the 40 hadiths. So then we'll come to Christianity, whilst Nikki was talking and Pewee was trying to straighten. You see, the reason why there's no scripture in the Bible that tells you that you shall not drink. But the Bible also says in Proverbs, he that never want that poor, he that never pleasure shall never be rich. It's the aftermath of drinking alcohol That one, they were instruction. Most of the Bible verses, like Moses said, it's instruction. It's not a commandment when it comes to remarry. He was just asking God for permission. It's not something that was an abomination or sin. It was not a prophet that was speaking, said, "Thou said the Lord." If you read, let me think, what is something in Leviticus. When you read Leviticus, very good. It comprises of abomination, lot of abomination, which was called that God himself was giving instruction to the people. So they got instruction from God, directly from God, and they got what the prophets were saying, that said the laws of hope, the Isaiah, Jeremiah. Then they also got revelation prophecy, and Apostle Paul, Moses, them, they look at Moses, said, because the people had his identity, then they divorce. But God himself was against divorce because that marriage was the first institution. But when it comes to, we have to differentiate between a religion and the kingdom of God. That when you're talking about the kingdom of God, you talk about supernatural things, which is beyond human understanding. But the other day, we miss religious setting more than Christianity. And the simple message of Christianity, from my little understanding, is that divinity in humanity. So a lot of times we don't have humanity. Jesus Christ's ministry was just about humanity. It's the same of Prophet Muhammad. Mr. Gayman, do you know it was Prophet Muhammad who spoke against women's rights? The first group of people that followed the prophet from Madinah to Makkah to Medina, the first people that learned the Quran, all of them were killed. In second attack, in second war, so they are widow, they are women that left. They were treated bad for the men from Makkah. So the Prophet Muhammad said, you have to give these women to right. They eat Surah 3. You see, there was nobody that preached Jesus to me. Nobody invited me to church. I have my encounter through the Quran, a surah called Surah to Ayah. That surah told me that Jesus died, he resurrected, and he coming back. And I said, my father was a very big imam. People who knows me knows. My father was not just a Muslim, was one of the biggest imam in Great Kemon Country and Monrovia in Bensushi Mosque. So you see, most of the arguments sometimes don't go to argue doctrine because you don't even know who do the right thing. But we all are living by the grace of God.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Then I want to take to the first topic that you had today about the late President Johnson and Tom Woewiyu, what are the high impact. Mr. Gayman, do you know people who need sport in our country when it comes to the war, they never enjoy equal to the people who are enjoying that. For example, Sekou Kane, who is one of the representatives, that district number 1, number 2, that's Sekou Kane. Sekou Kane was the controller for MPA through the Judy power sharing government because his father donated to law forces and the man, his father never know book. So when they were divine no position, there are a lot of people in government today. They only
Sekou Kane coming through you.
No, I don't tell Sekou Kane. I bet.
But they're providing a lot of misinformation on the point.
Let's see. Go ahead.
So we can set up platform because you don't have the information. I know the Quran model you are interpreting. I'm a PhD holder in divinity, Connecticut University, Germany. The reason why I wanted to do another interteam, I'm not talking about theology. I said
that kind of show, man.
I'll bring him.
Because the man said something, Mr. Gayman, quick before you continue, right? Hold on. The man said something, and I saw. And listen, sometimes I take my time to also read what he said basically about what you said. The man saying a lot of misinformation, but the thing the man said about what Prophet Muhammad did about advocating for women in Islam, it's perfectly correct. I have researched that myself. Muhammad was an icon of the kind of prophet that pushed to advocate. Because at the time, women didn't have a lot of rights in Mecca or the rest of it. He's not lying on that.
But who's debunking?
I don't know. Siddiqui is saying the man saying all lies here. So
no, that particular point, that's
how you know you're a smart person.
Is that true?
You tell her one truth and make it look like everything the man saying.
That's one
truth. Okay, guys.
Okay, then why he said that is not correct?
Dr. Rahim, go ahead. You were talking about Kenneth.
Okay, so when I see
that Kenneth, my friend, I'm gonna say Kenneth.
I come a Pewee. When I see
there you go, Corey. There you go.
You talk about the platform. Today, most of the platform are breaking news to the Liberian people. They were not there. They don't know the discourse. They don't know the. I'm speaking for evidence. I keep for the Liberian National Police, the Liberian Civil Police. I was a son with Vivian Cook. I was a son with Alfonso Gay. I was a son with Tom Woewiyu. I was a son with Paul Moba. I was a son with the late Walter Penno. You know, so, and besides that, you see Sekou Canada today, when people be talking about Mr. Gayman, what happened to those people that were elected? Fasu Kele, name people, Kabila Jane. Those are people who enjoy the suffering of the rebel. When Fatima was talking about, no, Fatima herself, Miss Kamara or something, I don't know your voice, instead to be corrected. When Tomalin were trying to get some correct information.
You can always ask. You don't have to be disrespectful. You can ask, and I will tell you. I'll correct you. It's Fanta Kamara. Get it right, please. Thank you.
Well, what? Excuse me. I said I stand to be corrected. What?
No, you don't have to stand to be corrected. You can just ask me if your intention was not to be disrespectful, but right now you're being disrespectful. So let me correct you. Fanta Kamara. That's it. Thank you.
Fatima, what's the difference of Fatima to Fanta?
Go ahead, Doctor.
See, like, no, Mr. Gayman, do not. No.
Go ahead, Doctor.
My name is Fanta Kamara. If I tell you to call me Fatima, you can call me Fatima. Until then, it's Fanta Kamara to you. Thank you.
Go ahead. So, I'm sorry, I never meant no harm.
It's okay. Thank you.
And I've been following the closest argument. Me and Mr. Gayman come from a long way when it comes to platform. So, I can never be.
I see why Mr. Gayman call him friend.
They won't call him. Like, don't get my name wrong. It's Fanta Kamara, please.
Go ahead, Doc.
So when I see people talking about war crackle, they don't even know people who care. There are people today who are advocating for war crackle, Mr. Gayman. They are the benefactor. They want to enjoy the best of the meat.
So how is Fatima like related to that? So how am I related to that?
I said you are giving information about you are giving some accurate information when it comes to the Mandingo and the Crown people. That's what I said. When you listen to me, good.
Thank you.
I don't want to talk on the angle. Listen to my word. I don't like to come from a platform because I'm very accurate. I'm very concerned. Every information I give you, 99.9% is correct. I don't say this. Say I called it and I called date and time. So Sekou Canada said I'm controller for the National Port Authority. How he went there? He went there through power sharing government because his uncle was one of the financiers of law enforcement. So when they are dividing the LFP meat, he said, I don't know book, but yeah, my son go, but today in government. But nobody called it a name. Fasu Kele, Kabina Jane, the list go on and on. But Mr. Gayman, that will come to Tom Woewiyu. Do you know what Tom Woewiyu did for the Liberian
But Mr. Gayman, when is man gonna land now? We gotta go, man.
Go ahead, Doc. 2 more minutes.
I just want to chip in because no time. They look at Tom Woewiyu. Today, the Liberian people look at somebody that Tom Woewiyu, all the federal Tom Woewiyu associated with Chastelo. He commit atrocity. He killed other people. But let's look at the benefit. Do you know one of the most popular radio station on the school in Rock International? Tom Woewiyu, the one brought out Rock International. Tom Woewiyu brought Tropical Local and brought a lot of yellow machines that Chancellor sees because of the people of Buchanan. Ask anybody in Buchanan who knows about Tropical Local. But there are some items who never even contributed to the Liberian citizen, but because they were associated with this rebel thing or certain fashion group, Mr. Gayman, what will Liberian people expect of the Crown people and the Mandingo people that fled, that ran away from MPFA and went Sevelou, Daru, Barry? Then when Fodesangop went to Sevelou and started killing the people, what were we expecting the Mandingo people and the Crown people to do? They ran away as people start killing them. They were not going to come back to Liberia, Mr. Gayman.
Well, Doc, I tell you, we got to bring you back as a guest. So we spent a whole hour with you. Thank you very much.
If I may. Yeah, thank you all very much. I appreciate the discussion tonight, but I think we didn't manage the topic well tonight. I don't understand how we quickly we were supposed to be discussing the various warlords and their actions on the political stage. I know we started with the Mandingo people, and now we spent almost an hour discussing religion, which is also beneficial and educational. But I think I hope the second segment we will, agree to stay with it. We can do another day on religion and get ourselves informed. So, but I'm closing. This is what I'm saying there, and I want to thank all for your inputs. I like to quickly go back to our initial topic for my closing. Yesterday we had a young Liberian here, Mr. Jerome Barkley, and who is producing a film. I think he's well respected, and I think he intends to tell a story. But I've read lots of concerns being expressed by a lot of people about the angle from which he's telling the story. And so when we brought this topic up today, I was very excited, but unfortunately, we left much of it on the table. I read the review by Dr. Alex Red. I believe, Jerome, you read that too. And I encourage all to read it. He makes a very, very salient point. The role of a filmmaker and a storyteller is to capture the lived experiences of all of the parties involved. I tried to make that point yesterday, and I think my brother was very flippant with me, told me he was not here to tell my story, and I get it. He came to tell his story. But whichever story we choose to tell, I think we can be so callous as to dismiss what impact it is going to have on the political space. So I read, Dr. Alice read, and I read other comments, and a lot of people are very concerned. So on the part 2, I hope we'll spend some time discussing the circumstances prior to 1980 and what has happened since then and what continues to happen in our country. Why every Liberian organization, both at home and abroad, continues to fight among ourselves because of the issues that we are refusing to face head on. Everybody comes on stage, they bring a part of the elephant ear. They want it to be the whole story. And I think that's disingenuous. So I want to thank you all tonight. I hope this was the first part of this segment. I don't know when we're coming back again with the second segment. Again, I'm not discounting the education that we all got tonight from, our various religious, beliefs. But hopefully we'll come back to the topic of these various actors and what roles they play on the Liberian political stage. I know we name a few of them. I hope we'll do the best we can to be as inclusive as possible. We named, some names, but we did not. I think we need to go back beyond Charles Taylor in 1980. We need to bring in Dopoh. We need to bring in Dido Tuwe. We need to go back if we must tell a full story. But thank you all so much. It's been a very pleasant experience. I'm retiring. I hope to be with you guys tomorrow.
Excellent. Hopefully, you send me some our retirement check.
Yeah.
Yes, Robert Garguah, you're closing.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I will follow up with what Mr. Nagbe just said.
If we close it, then out of respect, or I will hang on. So I will hang around a little bit.
Yeah, it's 8:49. Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. So unfortunately, I couldn't come on yesterday. Well, but I did come on yesterday, but I think I came on pretty late. I think I came on after he left. But I also suggest, though, in the second segment that we bring on people like I'm sure we still have many of the actors of the progressive that are still with the exception of Mr. Nagbe, who is a member of the show. We bring on maybe one other progressive, to be a part of that segment, and then we bring on the other, different perspective from different angle. But what I will say is that I think I share the concern of Mr. Nagbe and others. I was kind of shocked that he came on without bringing on anyone from this film. And when he mentioned that he wasn't there to tell the story of Mr. Nagbe, I thought that was a bit shocking, because he's not telling Mr. Nagbe's story. He's not telling his own story. He's not telling the story from his perspective. His job is to present a full picture of what truly happened, and whatnot. But I will save that for another day. I will say though that when it comes to religion, I think it's a very sensitive topic. But the bigger picture that I think we have missed is that at times we do not want to have the difficult conversations, and I think that's worrisome. We cannot, especially for a country like Liberia. And I always talk to my dad about this, right? It bothers me as a young man that we don't have a when they did the TRC report, and you listen to the conversations held. It almost appeared though as though people were rushing to those conversations and no one really cared to really sit and either ask the tough questions, take accountability, and put forth resolution. How do we move forward? We can't be a nation as toxic as we are, with different. Listen, this war hurt a lot of people, and some of the pains and the scars and the destruction from this war remains in every corner of our country today, after many years. And we cannot deny the fact that this was not only a war of ethnic differences. This was also a war of religious differences as well. People were getting killed because not only because they were crying Mandingo, but people were also getting killed because they were a part of it came from it's a complicated and sensitive topic. But I think the way we address it and the way we move forward as a country is that we come to a table with open minds, right? Speak and state our truth. Where we can respectfully listen to each other. And I'm glad that in as much as this probably was not supposed to be part of the conversation, I'm elated that we are able to have this conversation with respect. This is what we should be doing, Mr. Gayman. And you listen, it's sensitive from a personal perspective and generally, because you're going through something personally, and other people have different stories that they're going through themselves. But it's important that we have these sensitive, difficult conversations with respect. And this is something that we have avoided. We act like everything is okay, or we are all buddies. But deep down, there are untold stories. There are pains and damages that have been caused, where people who caused those damages have not taken accountability for. They have not even recognized that, you know what? Maybe directly or indirectly, I may have caused harm. I may have hurt somebody. And for that, I take accountability for it. I may not have pulled the trigger, but my action led to someone else pulling the trigger. I take accountability for it. That even our politicians, many of whom enjoy, they have been rewarded with jobs today. They're living better lives then their victims. They themselves have not come forth to say, listen, man, I understand why I'm in the midst of this. Not even Ellen Joseph Saliv. When we talking, people say, oh, the woman only get $10,000. The woman only get $15,000. But do you know how much what that contribution did to the destruction of our country by extension? So in closing, I'm truly glad that we have Fanta, we have Seleke, and we have listeners on this show that come from different backgrounds. They are Muslims, they are Christians, they are whatever. Some people don't believe in no religion, that they can listen to us, and we have to set the tone, folks. When you are in the public space, you set the tone. Maybe we can start having these difficult conversations out of respect, where people can see and watch and say, you know what, we can go back to the closing argument and come to the table and have a national conversation on our past. Let people express themselves. Let people take accountability. If they don't want to take accountability, let's force them to take accountability. And then let's put forth a plan to move forward as one people. This is what we have not done as a people. And until we do that, I'm afraid we would never come to a place where we are united as one people. We'll never do that. So it's great to be part of this show. And I'm glad we had this conversation. Even in our differences, it must be done out of respect and accountability. Thank you.
Mr. Seleke.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. I'll be very brief because it's almost 3 a.m. here for my end. I think it was a great show. And I want to agree with Mr. Nagbe. If we can get people who have vast knowledge on what happened in the past regarding our civil war to come here to kind of educate us, where we can ask the tough questions and listen to them, learn, that would be really appreciated. Maybe we can do that on the second segment, as Mr. Nagbe suggested. But the issue about the topic tonight we were talking about, and personally for me, my participation into today's conversation is basically on our personal experience in Liberia. I remember we used to be in high school in Monrovia, and every vacation time we'll have to go to Ganta or Nimba for vacation. And there's a gate between Monserrato to Bon, not Monserrato, but Mangibi to Bon, called Salala Gate. Whenever we reach there, and the immigrations will be asking the car, what's your name? Everybody will call that name. But as soon as you see your name, Fanta, Seleke, Seku, you'll be asked to get down from the car to go to the immigration. And the rest of the other people will remain in the car, they will cross. And then you will be asked unnecessary questions to provide documents, and the other people will be allowed to go. And this is the background for which whenever we hear about this conversation, we come to share our own personal story. And this should not be happening, right? Because the war is over. Whatever happened many years ago, people fought, people were killed. But the fact that we are done with that and certain group of people still want to recognize another group of people, and this is where the problem is. This is not about safeguarding border, as Mr. Gayman tried to, narrate today. This is just about majority of the population not wanting to accept a specific group of people, and we can't continue, because this is why most of us now, we are taking advantage to go to school, to improve ourselves and all of that. And we can go through all this struggle and allow people to just say these things with us, then we remain quiet about it. This is a real life story. Just recently I was talking about Amara Kone. This is the same Amara Kone who helped Unity Party. By that time, Amara Kone didn't have more loyalty to Guinea than Liberia. When he helped Unity Party to secure a victory for them in a war room, put McKinney together when Taras Dillon took plastic bag, went on a press conference and say we get result and nothing was there. Kamara had to come put things in place, secure a victory for them. Today he's having a policy disagreement. They don't want to talk about Kamara. Guess what they are doing? They're talking about Mandingo. He's a Muslim man and all the kind of stuff. And this is wrong. Today Seleke, I support Kumis for president. Kumis is not a Mandingo man, he's not a Muslim. But the day tomorrow I say I want to support Musa Belete, it's not based on the idea, it's because Musa Belete is a Mandingo and he's a Muslim. And this is what we have to get.
No, man, nobody will say that.
No, people will say that. Of course,
No.
I'm not support
I
Musa.
take that reason I throw it outside. Come.
I will not support Musa, so just leave that Musa give me. Mr. Nagbe rather. But this is the reality, Mr. Nagbe. This is the reality in Liberia. And we have to get rid of this. And on the issues of the marriage stuff, I think it's not a give and take situation, which bulk of the people sometimes try to present it. It's not a give and take. Like, you're not giving us your daughter, so we will, So again, it was a great conversation. But just before I close, today, Mr. Cummings had a very great interview.
I like you are very brief.
Yeah, here comes the shameless talk. Go ahead, plug it.
Even though I was expecting,
You want to enjoy your own daughter, but you don't want to enjoy your own daughter, huh?
Even though I was expecting a post analysis,
you gotta address Sylvester Pewee thing. They didn't really head in the ball.
No, but
but you keep saying it's not a give and take. It's not a give and take. Stay where you are now. You want to enjoy up on a daughter, but you don't want to enjoy your daughter.
No, but personally,
You want to have your cake and eat it too? You want to have your cake and eat it too?
Yeah, no, he want the whole cake.
Yeah, you can't be here like that, man. That's what people talking about. Oh, is that a give and take? But it's not a give and take. That's take. Don't give, but don't take and give. You want?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on,
You know, for him, he want when you all come in, he talk about the whole give and take.
Yeah.
When he go in the community, he see everybody going like, I think you far right. Oh, right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
He can take, but he can't give.
That he will be one.
You're not protecting me.
You know what you go? You know.
You said brief. I give you 4 minutes.
Before you conclude.
Stop saying that it's not a give and take.
Before you conclude.
Stay where you are.
Go ahead. You got 30 minutes.
Yeah. If few seconds. If the issue that give and take debate you bring in quickly, let me say this to you. If you were to do it, you can be close. Just few seconds.
No.
If you were to do it the other side, nobody will say anything. If you're doing the other side, nobody will say anything. But let me just, let me just go try. You know what I will say?
Yes, you got big.
You know what I will say? Yeah, I'm coming now. El Pewee tried it. They will say, Kafilileo. So, you see, so
yeah, let me just close my people.
But it's a good thing. It'll be give and take. It'll be all right.
No, man, stop saying that.
Okay, so give and take.
Go ahead.
You allow me to close now. Again, Mr. Cummings had a very good interview this morning with OKFM, Clarence Jackson, where he spoke about not accepting a salary if he's given the opportunity to lead Liberia. Even though this, since the interview this morning, it's been circulated on the internet and it's not possible. And Cummings has been making this statement since 2016 till today, more than 10 years, that whatever the president's salary is, he's okay, he has been blessed, and he will direct that money to different cause, maybe to fight corruption and other issues that we are faced with in the country, in an effort to encourage members of the House of Representatives and the Senate to kind of reduce that salary. This is where but I see a lot of people pushing back, and people who are doing this, they're actually right? Because a lot of politicians, they've come and make this same commitment, and when they're given the opportunity, they don't commit to it. So we clearly on the board. It was a great interview. I was expecting that we we'll talk about some of the things that he spoke about today. But
No,
unfortunately,
I know you're posting. I don't want to prolong it. But let me ask you this:
We'll get it tomorrow. I think it's
do you
important.
really
Tomorrow
think it was helpful for Mr. Cummings to still talk about his sexuality? I mean, he opened the interview with that discussion, and you know that's going to step.
Of course, he was asked. He was asked.
He was not asked specifically that.
No.
Mr. Gayman, that thing will always bother you. So he will always listen. One of the reasons why they put one of the reasons why they didn't really heavily vote for him in our country is that perception they have.
I thought he would just leave that topic.
So he would have to have a team to clear that off him.
Exactly. He was asked that what are some of the shocking things that since he entered Liberian politics, you know, he heard about himself. And he talked about the gay stuff, which is a lie. And everybody knows, right? Obi came up on a video that he invented that thing to put it on Kumi and stuck on him. The videos, if you not get that, I was sending to you tonight if I go to bed. So it was a lie. So he spoke about it, right? So again, this is also part of an effort, not us allowing people to always define us. You know,
the reason why people perceive that also is the way he answered Mamadi Diakite caution.
They caught Pewee. They caught that interview.
You are not clear with his answer, so people just with that.
He has always been clear, Pewee. They caught that interview. They didn't play that entire interview. They caught the portion of it, and I want to circulate on the internet. But it was a good show.
I give it to you. I want you to make the meeting. Go and talk about the speech. That's why you can have. Go ahead.
He's a good man. He could be a very good president of our country.
they brief 1 minute. He got the man better 7 minutes.
And he said he won't go to bed.
Yeah, he won't go. I don't know what time he go to bed. Go ahead, Len. How many more minutes you need to learn?
No, I'm done. It was a great show. Thanks for moderating. You're good enough for my head.
Okay,
but that debate,
stay put and listen to what other people.
That debate about not taking pay, it doesn't change anything for the Liberian people. And then it
won't motivate. Listen, you don't get
debate for me. That lead that debate.
You don't get paid, but you get perks that cover all of that. So what difference?
Yeah, that debate, not anything. That debate isn't talk about why you bring factor to the country investment and protect the Liberian.
Of course, he spoke about that. He spoke about that.
But that debate, for me, I don't subscribe to that debate about not taking pay.
Listen, I know much about public policy. By your pay, cutting your pay, it has nothing to do. I want policy that will say we'll reduce salary across I will put policy in place that will improve education and healthcare. That's what we want. Whether you get paid or not, it means absolutely. That's a personal decision. It has no impact on anybody.
But taking a pay to divert it to another institution
it doesn't matter. How much is it pay? $90 a month? What $90,000
per month?
Yeah, $90,000 a month. What does that
you said $90. It's not $90, Mr.
No, what if $10,000 a month? What difference would that make? I mean, your staff food.
But Joseph Baga is not making that commitment.
Stop this thing. That's a gimmick. That's a political stunt. We're not going to go for it. Find out your closing.
That Musa Benede said the same thing too.
If Musa Benede say, I would say the same thing. Nobody come and say, and whether Benny, Senator Dillon, what he came, he said, what did he say? Victor,
what did Dillon say? I know what did
Dillon say. You will get 5,000 back to the country. He said you want to
okay, there you go. He said you want to
get my time, but I want to say something very real quick.
Go ahead,
Chief.
Thank you, Pewee. I know this is Abraham Corner again. Sometimes when things are stated on these kind of platforms, it's good to get counter opinion on them. But otherwise, people, if the platform is educated, people should be allowed to speak on some of these things and to make some corrections on them. I know when it comes to the religious powers, I would tell you guys, Assalamu alaikum. I'm speaking in the capacity as a Muslim too. Okay? So the fact of the matter is that I just posted something right now. When it comes to the Holy Quran, it was a revelation made to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It was never written by. It was never produced by anybody. It was never written by anybody. The revelation came down on the prophet. It's not that way. See, there's nothing called the book of Myean. And when it comes to the issue that Rahim stated, if only Rahim would tell us here today he became a Christian from a Muslim because he read in the Quran that indeed Jesus would die and will resurrect, that's the lame argument for an educated guy like him. So I just wanted to state that because there is a whole chapter in the Holy Quran called Surah Myean. That's the book of Mary. And it talks about the birth of Jesus. And everywhere many Muslims knows the miracles, the birth of the miraculous birth of Jesus Christ. That is indisputable. So I don't think those are things that when people come to state it and they say, oh yeah, but this guy, he was a Muslim. My father was a Christian. My father's chef served as a Ramana Muslim in Liberia. He served as chairman of the Muslim Council. In fact, the first chairman of the Muslim Council in the Republic of Liberia. But that's not the issue here. When you come stick to the topic and tell the people the facts on it. So his statement here, I mean, you are all over the mouth here, okay? I know Rahim, we all for the same camp, okay? But his statement he was all over the mouth, and that is, I needed to correct that for him. That indeed, what he was stating, that led him to convert, there should be other reason. But not because he saw in the Holy Quran that indeed Jesus died and will resurrect, predicated on that he became a Christian. It's a lame argument. Okay? I wanted to state that. And then lastly, when it comes to anything pertaining to stoning people to death, that's extremism. That's extremism. No part of the Quran will tell you that.
What does the Quran say about that? Is anything the Quran about that again?
That's what I'm saying. It's extremism.
Okay.
Anybody that's doing that, Pewee, is extremism.
Okay.
Yes, as a parent, you might try to distance yourself from a child or your daughter or family that decided to do such. But to say you put them outside and start stoning them, that's extremism. I just wanted to point those things out.
Inshallah.
Violence
Thank
of this
you.
kind of nature is not condoned in that direction.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
I want to go inshallah again.
Thank you.
Abraham, hold on before you leave. So
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. And when you have with that now,
but do you know when you say inshallah? Do you know when you say inshallah?
Listen, that's why I like.
When you say when do you apply that? Come here, come hold you. When do you say that? No, I come here. Hold on 1 minute. Seleke, when do you say that?
Now, when somebody offer a prayer, you say inshallah by the grace of God.
The man say yeah, but he says something else. But the man is saying no.
No, the man just spoke. No. He said inshallah.
No. Inshallah. When inshallah means you are invoking the grace of the Almighty. Is that not true?
By God's will, by God's will.
By the will of God. The man said nobody shall ever do it. If anybody do that, it's so no. I said by God's will, it didn't happen.
No,
it's not wrong to say it.
No, you're right about that. You're right. We give that to you. You're right, Mr. Nagbe.
No, Fanta, it's all right. It's all right. It's okay. I was going to say something grossly inappropriate, so I will not say it.
Yeah. Seleke, I'm disappointed in you.
Mr. Gayman, go to sleep after 3 years.
Don't go. You gotta listen to everybody. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. ASC. Mr. ASC, good night.
Or you can listen in the back. Go ahead. Father, go ahead.
Seleke, I swear, I know. You want me to see? I will not speak again. You say okay.
No, please say.
No, I just wanted to say about on a serious note.
You can say inshallah. You say mashallah. Like
yes, that mean.
Fanta, your turn.
Yeah. So I thought today was very interesting. I think we desperately need to be very intentional about how we discuss Liberia's history, especially as it relates to loss of life and oppression and exploitation. So I would absolutely second or third the call to bring on well-rounded folks of varying views to lend their knowledge to this topic. I think we definitely need to be very progressive in pushing for reconciliation for all of Liberia, We cannot continue to tell our stories in bits and pieces because it just widens or deepens the divide. And now more than ever, we have to make a decision to move forward collectively, move forward in a way that is very responsible, and understand that, look, at the end of the day, we're all intertwined. We're very much related. Liberia is such a small country. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody is related to everybody. You're only 2-3 degrees removed, even from the furthest person or the person you thought is furthest from you. All of Africa, for that matter. I mean, when we see what's happening in South Africa today, it's so heartbreaking because we're all of Negro descent. And aggression against our brothers and sisters, it's not something that we should tolerate. It's not something we should sensationalize. It's not something that we should agitate, because in the end, a loss of a brother, a loss of a sister, it hurts. It hurts. And we have to really take a conscious decision to move forward in a way that is just very responsible and really move away from this marginalization of certain people. It is very interesting, and the U.S. does the same thing. When you have you have tons of school shootings where a random person takes a AK-47, whatever ammunition, goes to an innocent school, shoot up a bunch of kids, and the news will report him as a mentally ill person or someone who loved a manifesto. And they never bring up his religion, never bring up his creed, none of that. You have one person that's named Ahmed, and it's like, he's a terrorist. He's a terrorist. He's a Muslim terrorist and an Islamic terrorist. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong even here. And it's wrong in Liberia. What purpose does that serve if not to divide, if not to stoke hate? And the cost of that is just something we cannot afford as a society. We're already suffering from a lot of trauma. Our people every day are even struggling socioeconomically. And if we can't do anything to remove them from those very poverty-stricken situations, we should definitely not amplify them. We should not amplify them and deepen their traumatic wounds. It is quite unfortunate that our government, and I will reference again the interview that the VP did, where he's mentioning a solution for creating or expanding our electricity footprint and infrastructure. We should go back to the very mining companies who are grossly exploiting us and ask them and beg them, not even ask them, and beg them to not pay taxes, because we need $1 billion to build reservoirs. So Liberians, when it comes for when the dry season comes around, don't have to go and take bucket to haul water for the Mount Coffee hydro plant. It just gives you a window into the mental, not just mental fortitude, but the capacity of these people that we call leaders. How is it that you cannot derive any creative solutions? You have to, you see your people are agitated about this one company or these companies that have exploited them for so long. And they're pushing back to say, look, you have to prioritize our welfare. We're actually dying. We're being poisoned on a daily basis. And these people are taking upwards $3 billion every year. They've been in Liberia now, I think, for almost 20 years. I stand corrected, because they were here right before Ellen, right? They were here right before Ellen. And when she came in her first term, she signed a 3% with them. So yeah, so definitely more than a decade. And they're taking out upwards $3 billion every single year, irrespective of what the Letty number says, irrespective of what they want to report. We know they have a private strip. We know that the government does not have access to that private strip, as in checking what actually gets loaded on those private planes that do access those strips. So when you really do the math, it's upward $3 billion. And here is our vice president 2 days ago, boastfully, I had a meeting with ArcelorMittal, and I had a meeting with B Mountain, and B Mountain does construction, and we need $1 billion for reservoir for the Mount Coffee plant. Like, is that the most creative solution that you can derive? I think it's regrettable. It is regrettable at least. It is disgusting at best. And I think they need to do better. There is a great amount of opportunity here that can be leveraged, and it should not be overlooked. My heart goes out to any family who is in a custodial battle, be it from a divorce or just families being just extra, as we'll like to say, is unnecessary. No, the whole process is just it just weighs heavily on everyone like involved, and is quite unfair. But I don't think we should blame religion for that, even though people would like to use that as an easy cop out, as a scapegoat. It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And so I just want to also say that at the end of the day, we're one people, and we should continue to find those things that I continue to hone those commonalities instead of digging deeper on the things that divide us. We are one country, we are one region, we're one continent. And that will never change until we leave this earth. So just as a reminder, please go to sign the B Mountain petition. It's on change.org. Do affix your signature. Reach out to me if you have any questions, and have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thank you. Pewee? You are muted.
Over here, I think, yes, we didn't intend to have this discussion, but sometimes Raul said it's important that we have some of the discussion sometime as the country is moving on, so that we can, socially connect, has different tribal group, different religious group. It also is very comfortable for the peace of the country. And I want to believe the country as well is getting along in terms of that. Yeah, there will be people that will have certain mindset, and we've continuously moved across to disabuse the amount of our some of our compatriots that got similar mindset of saying they want to bring about division in Liberia. Liberia is a very small country, but very powerful culture and wonderful different tribal groups with diversity, and there were the strength is. Even the county Lofa, we have 6 tribes in Lofa. And out of the 6, we have both Muslim, Christian, we have traditionalists, we have the Zoos and Bodios, and these are people that believe in different kind of a way of life. And that's the kind of a thing we ought to do. My great-great-grandparents didn't go to church. They are Zoos and Bodios and the rest of that. They are traditionalists, and they believe in the traditional practices, and they ought to be respected for that. So there's no need basically emphasizing and doing that. And I love the way the country is moving on socially. That's why I brought in our late joke about things, and we're getting along socially in a lot of ways, right? And there are some who can say openly, to be frank, we will just joke about it, but there are very deep other way we do things. Now we all live our life and listen, and as my own dear friend Dr. Peabody can always say to me, only God is God. None of us, only Allah gonna be Allah. And no, even the imam will say this imam is a human being. This man of God, pastor, reverend, whatsoever, we are all human. We all fall short, as the Bible says. We fall short to the glory of God, right? And so only God is always going to be God, but we ought to do things. And one thing I believe moving forward, I don't think Liberia will ever degenerate into anything like civil crisis again, because if we were to reflect back and see where we came from and the devastation and the rest of that, we wouldn't contemplate that ever. But we will vehemently, fearlessly disagree to agree and expose those points and those societal problems that got the means of undermining the greater good of the society. And that is important. So, and that's the kind of a way you see today. I was very shocked for the first time in many years to see certain government officials within the same Unity Party government back home in Liberia themselves speaking against bill mounting. It was a little bit of a shocking development to me, though they were a little measured, but at least they all collectively came together, most of them, to say, hey, bill mounting is exploiting the people of Kehleboe and Liberia at large, because most of those resources coming out of Kitma. The resources now not going to Kitma, it's coming to the consolidated account, but you ought to do the corporate social responsibility you ought to do for the people we need to see these things. If you went to those places they are money, are we seeing very good? Now, are those communities being served adequately in terms of just this diarrhea, malaria, typhoid, the rest of it? These are the least you want to think of first and foremost. And because most of those environment being heavily polluted and with all of things going into those water they are drinking, are we giving them usable and drinkable water? Because some of the water they are even using is not usable, right? Some of the water they are drinking is not drinkable. So are we ensuring that those companies are giving them usable, drinkable water? These are two set of things. Not only the water that we drink, but the water that we use. Are they usable? Because there are certain water that you use, if they are not usable, it got the line of even giving you a lot of diseases and the rest of that. You get it fit in the clothes and you wear them, a lot of bacteria are into those water and the rest of that. So a lot of times we move on in the country, but again, there will always be time we will disagree to agree. There will be time people will not like certain things if you said it. That's part of human tendency. But I think the country will have to move on, and we have to learn from our past mistakes. And Mr. Gayman just take the giant step forward to move the country, and it's part of the reason why we're preparing for the next elections, coming elections, to ensure that we get the right person to get the job done. If not, then we will declare and we'll come. I don't think we got excavator in Liberia. I don't think I will come down. I will come down that, but I will go down to Lufa and
you can build one. You can build one. Just to come down and make an announcement.
Yeah, I don't know if we have one.
No, he can do horses. He can do horses. We have horses.
Yeah, well, what I would do, I would just go down and build this scaffold up and just come down the scaffold and then do my declaration and prepare for the next issue. But let's see on the quickly. I think the country is moving on, but we ought to do listen. If this young guy could go to Burkina Faso, a lot of things we got to do now. Two things we ought to do in terms of our mineral, in terms of what we have beneath the ice. If a serious government come and say, hey, we need to have some serious conversation here, or we nationalize our thing. Do what the guy did in Burkina Faso. You see the man, right. Because if we have national government, okay, we government Liberia, at least then you have overhead costs. You take 40% and we take 60% as government because you have to do all things. If you don't agree, we nationalize. And we nationalize, we build necessary plan. The going down we have in our country alone, Mr. Nagbe and the rest of the folks on this day, can carry our budget to almost $3-4 billion a year. And we can start from there and begin to see. Now, there's a potential of a lot of, and that's one of the things we need to engage the American Geological Service or whosoever powerful country we have that we engage in bilaterally to conduct some major geological survey of everything we have in our country. We're in the first time know it. If we're to do those things, maybe we're setting on some kind of a super thing of oil whatsoever in that country. Leave the gold and diamond aside. There are a lot of other things. It's a gossip that we may have some bauxite and other serious kind of a mineral, like tantamount to what they call this. The guy was just telling me the last one we're in the country. The message is possible because sometimes you see some of our soil, but we don't have the capacity to conduct these surveys. So I mean, gentlemen, we have to do it. We can be poor. If we don't have any rules in our country, sometimes we take cars, other people take vehicles that are very important, take back to the country. When you look, the dust thing, it has some sensors, all the things. That's the issue. Our people are dying from. Look, our own dear friend coming from Liberia. He was in Liberia. Probably he didn't know most of the things that were unfolding. He went to a Chinese clinic, as is alleged, that he got somebody, and the man died on the airplane. That's unfortunate. Maybe if we have very good system, you could see some doctor who could know what's unfolding. I mean, we need to improve this country. We can't continue to be this way, and we all leave the eye. Then our children time immediately. We ought to push something on. That's why it's not about me being government, getting government largesse and being happy about it. We ought to change it. All right, that we don't change it. It may not be for you and myself. We can hustle and make life moving forward possible for ourselves. But that's about other people. Look, a lot of family people and other people that are struggling in the country. Malaria killing people, diarrhea killing people. I mean, we can't continue to do this.
I would like to come back to that during our next program, Sylvester. You said a lot of things in there which I really agree with. The art of deal making and all of that. How can we be negotiating this contract?
The art of what?
I'm not going to say it. I will not say it. I will not say it. And I know mega microphone here, but I wanted to send a shout out to Dr. Peabody. Yesterday, he sent a shout out to the show. I don't think we'll return it. I know he's traveling, and I hope he's well. I didn't see any shout out for him tonight, but I'm sure he's okay.
Yeah,
So
the revenue is doing good.
Okay.
Good. Excellent. Chief Tomalin.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, look, great show. And this kind of discussion, I mean, I know we had a planned show today, but that's why the closing argument does. You know, you can switch anytime things can happen. But it was good that we had this discussion, and man, and I love the fact that people can come and express their position on certain issues, the issues about religion and so forth. We cannot refuse to discuss it. It's important because it's true that we all know how some people are treated in our country, and I'm happy they got folks that can advocate for their religion and their tribes to push forward, because that's how Liberian crisis came about, because of marginalization and tribal stuff. All this stuff was all embodied to it. But with that being said, we hope we'll continue the discussion. We'll always have discussion. Good, Mr. Nagbe, Mr. Gayman, you just brought a new segment every Wednesday. Okay, we'll go for it. But one thing that has touched that on my mind today was that the president put a stop to the Pudu mounting stuff. I don't know what you call it, a slap to in his vice president face.
Yeah, man. I want to be talking about your bestie again like that.
The president, that's something that the president put a stop to it, because and that particular D is, and I'm happy that Liberians are speaking out and people are talking, but we should not just stop there. We should continue to speak more out and let the word go forth about what's happening to the country. Look, that's why today I listened to Mr. Cummings' press conference. Look, it was a very good, one of his best I've seen. And honestly, look, you have to simplify how the country. He's like, you said we can get $2 billion budget, more than that. He simplified how it can happen. And it's all about fraud, waste, and abuse. Look, if we just cut down, for instance, like he said, how can 170 people in a population of almost 6 million people just hold the country hostage? They got even the budget they passed recently, the supplementary budget. Most of the money go to the pockets, not for the Liberian people. It goes to the pockets, and sad. And I tell you, I told our senior official government, I said, this big mountain issue will be tasked to you. All this thing you're doing, I will bring you for your government, because people thought they voted for you to come and to change things, change the way how the agreement was done. But now they have gotten people be as the country is just not, we're not getting anything from our resources. Last year alone, $1.5 billion were taking out the country, $200 million went into our country. I mean, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Another thing is that the House of Representatives responded to called about lawyers today. Look, and I said today in one of our chat room, a different chat room, I said, look, because President Baga, he refused to honor the Supreme Court ruling, that's why the House now, everybody going to follow suit. Now you see what's happening? The House is saying that the Supreme Court should throw their case out of the window and the decision should stand. So now, and if we don't have God rules, the Constitution is there to the Supreme Court is the highest battle for the rule of law in a country. That if we have a dispute, they are there to settle it. If you say because you're co-equal a branch of government, that today, it so happened today, the Supreme Court in America, 6-3, they voted to dilute the voting law in Louisiana. But why didn't everybody respect it? They respect it because the way they go for resolution. But in Liberia, the president tell you say he can't honor the Supreme Court. Now the House of Representatives, Tomalin and Roger say the decision you can't stand. The Supreme Court threw that stuff out the window. That's a bad precedent. And Liberia said, now let me get away. It will happen. It will continue. It will go to election. Mind you, this president will be appointing almost all justices of the Supreme Court. You have election dispute tomorrow. They'll tell you, they will tell you why it is true. There were irregularities, but it's not sufficient ordinary result of the election. Like I rather will come up with if the Liberians take it for a joke, they will tell you that. They say it is true. The irregularity existed, but it is not sufficient ordinary result of the election that the NEC will give. So Liberians should start taking it serious, And so the president in America still, a trip, we hold a heavy delegation a year. I don't know why really they just giving their awards. These people, they think they know for doing this thing. They honor you, grant you, give you paper, and then a big thing. Where it comes to country benefits, nothing to benefit from. You know, I want to see the president making European tour, going on a European tour and bringing and something to the country, but nothing happening. The president back in America really get his health check. Because we're going to Rhode Island now, and you get a health check from there back to the country. That whole thing in Sacramento, I don't see nothing they brought to the country. I mean, the country, man, look, it's a sad thing. Would you get serious, or else we're gonna end up continue to be walking and going backwards, all happening. It's a sad thing though. So, Mr. Gayman, that's it there though. Thank you.
And Mr. Gayman, quickly, Chief. Sorry, I think if we have some time this week or so, we need to look at this. I'm trying to dig more into it. The LRA, I know maybe Gongloe will come and get a hit, but the LRA will have to answer some deep question here about this issue about bill mounting operation in Grand Cape County. Now, what I'm noticing from the audit perspective, we have most of these LRA auditors, and they are the ones that are pushing these things. They go and open the book of these people, and then they say whatsoever the company is reporting to them, and the auditors should not do that. They are basing the revenue-based issue on the basis of the report given to the government of Liberia on the basis of this is what taxes you ought to pay. And then these are two institutions going to do these things. We have those folks from from Leti. Those who from Leti from the extractive industry is going to see this what barometer are they using. Now, from the audit perspective, we need to see first and foremost, in recent time, we've seen exponential increase in the price of gold. Very big time. And then at what rate are you rating? So listen, if we don't take time, we're setting our country guys will suck the country of nothing. Because if the price have increased by more than 500%, at what rate are you doing the taxation? And then those guys go, and that's why we hear it. They move to the area before they even go to start an audit. The man welcome them with some short meal. And then they bring something, then they give big. Imagine when you go do audit to make. I mean, that's why I'm saying if it is true, the large tax division of the Liberian Revenue Authority will have to be. We need to open a big debate about this. If the large tax division will have, because if you're doing this, the assessments methodology deployed into this area as we know how to do them, you have to be clear what line you're using. How do you just go to an assessment? You do your assessment on the basis of what the mayor is giving you. Then you want to write your tax analysis and a portion that what proportionality are you matching the number against. So sometimes the mayor to pay, let's say, this amount, let's say maybe $50 million. Because the number of the guys goes, and then one of those, and that's the reason why allegedly, and I will put it this way again, most of the guys in large tax, you see them get big property in our country. Because you go to conduct, someone has to pay $50 million to the Liberian government. Allegedly, the guys take $5 million and divide it on those auditors. Okay. Then they drop significantly the amount you pay to government revenue.
Right.
If you have to pay $50 million, and then they give you something, they go and pay, okay, so drop us to pay $35 million. Then they give them something that maybe all of them, they give them $1 million. I mean, this is hurting the country. And that's one of the things that's happening in the country currently that we are not seeing reflecting. If they were to do a validation audit or the kind of audit to match or the performance-based audit on the basis of how those taxes are coming to the country, and that's why the country is being affected. And we need to look into that critically. If the government is not going to do it, there can be a martial order to push so that people start looking into the books. Other than that, there can be some report done on the other end to a lot of other international means to tell that you cannot take the thing is more than 500% increment. And then what tax are you paying or taxes are you paying to the country? And then the company, now the boss that own that company, they all of them live in go. The men can take by in go bathroom.
Not go bathroom. Tomalin, like I thought you were going to invite Woewiyu.
You know, so we ought to
you will come. We work on it.
That's a serious thing that we ought to do it. The country has got money, but nothing happens.
Yeah,
okay, guys.
Just really quickly, just raise a really good point because also the guys from Lands and Mines, the geologists from Lands and Mines, they're also assigned to the mining companies to record, right? And so you have the LRA guys who go to do the taxes, but you also have the Lands and Mines guys who do the recording of what they essentially mine, and they're all incorrect. Because then you also like have that being fed like to the Letty guys, and then they're reporting 600, but in actuality, it's actually, I'm telling you, if we really can galvanize, we will realize these people are pulling out upwards $5 billion every year. I'm telling you.
Yes. And those are the loopholes when Alice Cummings said you believe we can grow the, our budget. Those are the things.
Yeah, you can take those areas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And just like I will say this.
Mr. Given
a good leader will always match talent to task. You get them best bang for your buck. But it's been a long night. It's been a great show tonight.
And unfortunately, the mining sector quickly. The mining sector, they're not protecting the people. You see, the Minister of Mines itself defended the people already, and the mining sector is being heavily controlled by few people.
But here's the thing, Sylvester. Here's the thing. If the president of the Republic of Liberia is flying in B Mountains plane, then what do you expect us to get out of it? Why isn't the vice president talking one way and the president talking another way?
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem.
It's not confusing. It's not very complicated. The picture is very clear.
That's a problem. I mean, we need to improve the country, man, at least.
And I guarantee you, like when all the opposition, quote unquote opposition, even gather on this one point to say, this is the hill we die on, this B Mountain Hill, Liberia is going to change. But then again, most of them are compromised. And it's so like, oh, God help us.
Okay, guys, listen, we had a great show. The discussion and the reason why I wanted for us to discuss the issues about these guys, I think somebody brought it up in the closing argument of the show when he said, most of those who suffered, many who lost their lives, and those who were maimed and they are alive today, they are not benefiting, they are not a beneficiary of their own struggle. There were men and women who just came because they were part of a sharing platform. And they are now not even standing on the shoulders of those who brought them there, but they are defecating on those people. So if you wind up in Congress, not because you merited being there, you were one of those who have managed to pivot either through inheritance or through the largesse of your political party or affiliation. And today you are using that position to oppress, to corrupt, and maim our people. So today's discussion was meant, we didn't want to intellectualize the suffering of our people. We wanted to hear from regular folks, people who actually were affected by this war. If I bring somebody here to defend Woewiyu, you will see the progressive, you will see the educated folk, you will see those who will come out here and intellectualize the suffering and pain of our people. So it was good that we opened it to the regular folks so we can actually have our say. We know who these people are.
Great. Yeah, it's been great.
Yes. So let's go to the second one here. We have to be honest with ourselves. The major problem we are having in Liberia among us is not about Mandingo per se. And I think Musa ability to address this when we were in the UK. As long as our association with our Liberian brothers and sisters is a one-way street, you cannot come back tomorrow and ask them to make you their leader when they know that intrinsically there's something unresolved among them we have to integrate. He said that, and everybody agrees with him. Look, until we can address these issues, whether you like it or not, this is the underlying pain that is actually burning us. If we don't have inter-religious, inter-family marriage, you can go to heaven and come, this discussion will be here forever. That is the fact. If you go to Bassa and our Mandingo brother marry our Bassa sisters, and then when they have children, and the other way, the Bassa boys want to marry their girls, and they say, no, you either convert or you are not allowed to marry our daughter. That is something that is unforgivable, and it's not going to be allowed. That's just the fact. People don't want to talk about it. They want to sugarcoat it. That is the underlying issues that we have here. We have to deal with. How do we integrate? How do we intermarry? How do we accept? You can't ask me to accept you and you don't accept me. It's not going to happen. So we have to discuss the intermarriage thing, and we're going to talk about it. And secondly, let me go to Mr. Cummings. I think Mr. Cummings, I have to tell you, somebody like me who love public policy, this speech today was completely fraudulent. It was a political stunt. For you to tell me that you are going to waive your salary is the worst thing I have ever heard from Cummings.
But he always said it, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And if he can't change that to convince me that, listen, this is my public policy on education. This is my public policy on healthcare. This is my public policy on mining. This is my public policy on the concession agreement. If you don't do these things and you come there and you're talking about we increase the economy. No, I'm not being. Listen, this is.
He had 1 hour to explain all that thing, but go on his website.
No. Listen. If not everybody gonna go on your webpage to go through your dossier. If you cannot succinctly do that in public policy, Victor and I were just at the Ministry of Lands and Mines. What they told us, go. We have the book. You gotta go there and make copy for yourself and read it. If you cannot do your message succinctly within the time for me to understand your policy on education, healthcare, women's issues.
The question you asked, the question you asked, and you responded to the question.
Yeah,
so,
no.
You just jump when I ask the question. You jump.
Tomalin.
I mean,
we want a succinct message as to how he's going to solve. It's not.
Who the candidate so far in abroad that have come on and expressed.
But this is what we are talking about.
But at least so far, he didn't want that does that. He
has not done anything. Listen, you were here
today. The man president today. What policy he gave us? I want to say I'm coming.
No. But coming isn't it coming third time running or second time?
Yeah, but what he said,
okay. If this is the third time or second time running, and we are still asking the same question, that means third time. That means he has not convinced anybody like me.
Wow.
So Mr. Cummings have to come back and tell us the nuance of how he's going to take us out of this quagmire other than.
I've said it numerous times.
No. The only thing I'm hearing, Joseph Waka is not good. We need to replace him.
No.
That's what I'm hearing.
He had to attack Bugger.
No, we're not saying that. He's an opposition. The objective of the opposition is to fire Joseph Waka and take Joseph Waka's job. That's
what he says is always based on policy, on driving how you make the economy better, how you impact Liberian people's lives. All he mostly
okay. Well, from what he said today,
how many candidates usually do that? How many candidates say it?
But this is what we are saying. You just proved my point.
They get elected. I probably on their face today.
But that's what we are talking. And he should not be one of those to be in that same category. If you can't convince me and you that this is how I'm going to, it's not what I'm going to do, is this is how I'm going to do it.
Yeah, he has said it.
No, listen, well, anyway, I think I didn't buy into it. And today to my brother Seleke, for him to say he had followed me around, he had heard that I'm anti-Muslim. He's a gentleman who is saying that we are labeling people, we are categorizing people, we are doing that. Then he turned right around and say he has seen me, he followed me around, that he noticed that I'm anti-Muslim. He's not talking about the issue.
Tell me, Juma Jalasi is past your bedtime.
All right.
Yeah. So, guys, it was mentioned that tomorrow.
For example, the man said he will be salary. They gave a person he will waive it to a charity. They gave him. So what by saying I want?
Because everybody said it before.
No. But he said He said, Clarence, I've been blessed.
So have you been blessed? They all say the same thing.
He said, I'm not telling people to not use a salary. But for me, I've been blessed. That's why I believe the salary will give a president, I will give it to a charity. So I mean, he admitted that he's been blessed. He changed
that is not a policy.
But amen. The question was asked how you responded to the question. It was okay. He gave an economic speech today, and based on the economic speech he gave, you question for that. I think what he needs to do. He said today, my topic today, I'm making a major public address on the economy. Based on the address, they ask question about how you will improve the economy. That's I think what you should do. But in 1 hour, they ask you all the questions there.
Listen.
Be unfair to him.
Mr. Cummings needs to tell us how he's going. We need a metric, how he's going to do it, when he's going to do it, how we can measure his progress. These are things that Joseph Waka can't do, I can't do, but he can do it because he's been doing that. So why can't he do it for Liberia for us to say, okay, this is what he's going to say. This is just like the arrest agenda. You come up with a phrase and say arrest, and we elect you on it. Then you say
the man told how you cut down. The man how you cut down on waste and auditing and fraud. First, the man said he said he had managed a budget and he was getting audited every year. Managing a budget of I think $4-5 billion budget. The budget. Hey, you're managing, you're audited every year. Then you say the man ain't get nothing.
My brother, they could make you vice president of Coca-Cola. You will succeed because they have a system. No matter who is in that place, you have to succeed. The system is there. The reason these people fail is when they leave that structure and they go outside and they are asked to build their own structure, they can't do it. Look at Waka. I told you that he been in the government for 50 years. He has managed every corporation in government, and he will do it better. When they give him a chance, he has absolutely no clue because he has worked within a system. Outside our system, he can't survive.
Cummings business he invested in, he's doing well with it.
Well, Cummings said you can't tell her what business he got before they
because
close it.
The society will target his business.
So then how do we know he got business? I could say the same thing. I could say I got 25 business. I can't tell you because I don't want to shut it down.
They don't think they will target. They forget that Liberia paying taxes, getting paid for that business.
So then, how do we hold these people responsible? You say we can't hold you responsible.
Look at your record. Look at Coca-Cola and see what he has done in his life.
In Coca-Cola, he didn't invent new flavor of anything. He went there. He made the flavor there. He sold the same way everybody else. So when he left, the people still got the same flavor. They still sell it the same
way. Keep on Coca-Cola to reach to that point. You must gain the credit to come from the bottom to go to that point.
Absolutely. But he didn't do anything extra. He went through the chain of command. He didn't do anything extra at Coca-Cola that nobody is doing now. Let's bring that to Liberia. What is it that he's going to do that nobody has done? How can we measure that?
Maybe I think Mr. Cummings will come in and come in and you tell you about his policy, vision. Maybe
you want to give up?
Okay, guys, we'll bring you up. Listen, let's do this tomorrow. Let's do this tomorrow. The guy from the TVEC people will be here. Let's hear what they are saying. They sound good on paper. Let's see whether they really know what they are talking about.
So while we hear the new progressive level here to go eat?
Yeah, he don't want me to go eat, but Lord, he left it. He over there. You hear and you can hear the play Nagbe. So guys, let's do that tomorrow. Let's see whether the TVET people make sense.
All right, guys.
It's a very important piece. Hopefully they got it together. And
fantastic. Great night, Jerome. Great night. Family, great night. Sylvester, great night. Great night to our audience as well. Thank you.
Hey, new progressive. Look, your t-shirt where it looked like food fell on your chest. Look.
Yeah. Correct. The closing argument. Correct, buddy.
I like that.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
Okay, guys.
appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk only.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were taking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence suspect any student that because of their action, it will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you're alive?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put a hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and assert that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will build school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital rule, small, that rule, B rule, all kinds of dialogue. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they're sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, we join, we accuse Joe. He killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa, on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me? Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you, Yah.
We elected 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.